Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Psychology, 4th edition, narrated by Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. The time now is 11:13 p.m. Today is Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. Chapter 4, Consciousness. Chapter outline and learning objectives. An introduction to consciousness. LO1, define consciousness. LO2, explain how automatic processing relates to consciousness. LO3, describe how we narrow our focus through selective attention. Sleep. LO4, identify how circadian rhythm relates to sleep. LO5, summarize the stages of sleep. LO6, recognize various sleep disorders and their symptoms. Dreams. LO7, summarize theories explaining why we dream. What are altered states? LO, define what are altered states. LO8, define psychoactive drugs. LO9, identify several depressants and stimulants and know their effects. LO10, discuss how hallucinogens alter consciousness. LO11, explain how physiological and psychological dependence differ. LO12, describe hypnosis and explain how it works. An introduction to consciousness. Front row seat to consciousness. Every day that Dr. Divya Chander walks through the doors of the hospital, she assumes a tremendous responsibility, keeping people alive and comfortable as they are sliced, prodded, and stitched back together by surgeons. Dr. Chander is an anesthesiologist, a medical doctor whose primary responsibility is to oversee a patient's vital functions and manage pain before, during, and after surgery. Using powerful drugs that manipulate the nervous system, she makes sure a patient's heart rate, blood pressure, and other critical processes remain in a safe range. She also administers drugs that block pain, paralyze muscles, and prevent memory formation, temporarily, of course. I am very, very privileged that, as an anesthesiologist, I have access to these drugs that I use on a regular basis in order to make patients' lives better, to make surgery possible for them. Dr. Chander explains, working as an anesthesiologist also affords Dr. Chander a unique opportunity to observe the brain as it falls into a deeper than sleep state, unaware of the outside world, and then emerges from the darkness, awake and alert. In other words, she has the ability to study human brains as they pass through various levels of consciousness. Exploring inner space. As a child, Dr. Divya Chander dreamed of becoming a neuroscientist and an astronaut. She went on to earn both an MD and a PhD in neuroscience and now practices anesthesiology. As for the astronaut dream, it nearly became reality when she made it to the final round of NASA's astronaut selection. Dr. Chander still aspires to become a space explorer. But for now, her exploration centers on what you might call inner space, uncovering the mysteries of consciousness. Note, quotations attributed to Dr. Divya Chander and Matt Utesh are personal communications. What is consciousness? LO1, define consciousness. The concept of consciousness can be difficult to pinpoint. Psychologist G. William Farthing offers a good starting point. Consciousness is the subjective state of being currently aware of something either within oneself or outside of oneself. 1992, page 6. Thus, consciousness might be conceived as a state of being aware of oneself, one's thoughts, and or the environment. According to this definition of subjective awareness, one can be asleep and still be aware. Farthing, 1992. We might also conceptualize consciousness as the feeling of what it is like to be someone. Klein, 2021, page 75. What is it like to be you? This is your conscious experience, and only you are privy to it. Yet another conceptualization suggests that consciousness consists of two categories. 1, information in the brain, and 2, a more mysterious extra experiential. 1, information in the brain, and 2, a more mysterious extra experiential essence that people claim accompanies the informational content, but which is actually just our attempt to make sense of the information. Graziano, ETAL 2020, page 156. While such descriptions are useful, we should note that there is no universally agreed upon explanation of consciousness. Durig, ETAL 2021. As scholars point out, there are dozens of very different theories of consciousness, and there is no clear, largely accepted winner. Durig, ETAL 2021, page 42. Scientists may not agree upon the exact definition of consciousness, but that doesn't mean they can't study it. Klein, 2021, Koch, 2018. This is a vibrant area of research with accumulating evidence revealing how and where consciousness emerges in the brain. D. Han, ETAL 2020, Koch, 2018. As we try to understand consciousness, we should consider two important concepts. 1, the content of consciousness, and 2, states of consciousness. The content of consciousness refers to what it holds both within and outside our awareness. Suppose you are on a Zoom call with your classmates. The face of the person being spotlighted, what they are saying, and the items in their background may escape your awareness, but nevertheless register. Artwork on the wall, a coffee mug on the desk. The face of the person being spotlighted, what they are saying, and the items in their background may escape your awareness, but nevertheless register. Artwork on the wall, a coffee mug on the desk. All these things form the content of your consciousness at this moment. States of consciousness include conscious experiences, being awake, and unconscious experiences, being under anesthesia. During your Zoom call, you are awake and alert, we hope, but later in the day, you may doze off and enter a different state of consciousness. Durig, ETAL 2021. Sometimes people think that when you lose consciousness or you go to sleep, that your brain is less active. Explains Dr. Chander. In some dimensions, it is less active, she notes, but a better characterization might be that it's less functionally connected to itself. In other words, there is less communication occurring between different parts of the brain. As a person lies on the operating table in a less conscious state, the brain also seems to be doing fewer calculations, processing less information. When I say less conscious, I do literally mean that because I do think it's an entire spectrum. Dr. Chander explains, there isn't just unconscious and conscious. There are varied depths of consciousness. There are varied depths of consciousness. A delicate balance. For a patient undergoing major surgery, the goal is to decrease the level of consciousness to a point where pain is no longer felt and awareness of the outside world dissipates. But the anesthesiologist must be careful. Giving too much anesthetic can suppress vital functions and kill a person. To reduce consciousness and keep patients safe, the anesthesiologist must give just the right combination and proper dosage of anesthetic drugs. To keep her patients in this safe zone, Dr. Chander constantly monitors their brain activity with an electroencephalogram, EEG, which picks up electrical signals from the brain's surface, the cortex, and displays this information on a screen. Looking at the EEG monitor, Dr. Chander can determine a patient's depth of anesthesia, or the degree to which the drugs have induced a hypnotic state, or changed their level of consciousness. Changes in wave frequency tell her when a patient is becoming light, getting close to waking up, deep in a profound slumber, deeper than sleep, and even when they are receiving a particular drug. See it in the EEG. Dr. Chander and a colleague review an electroencephalogram, EEG, the technology she uses to monitor her patient's level of consciousness. By observing the changes in wave frequency, she can tell if the patient is in deep unconscious state, approaching wakefulness, or somewhere in between. Dr. Chander is unusual in this respect. Most anesthesiologists are not trained to read an EEG with this level of precision. In addition to her medical degree, Dr. Chander has a PhD in neuroscience. Instead, they rely on other less direct indicators of consciousness, such as blood pressure and heart rate. This approach actually works very well because the amount of anesthetic needed to suppress blood pressure, heart rate, and movement is greater than that required to suppress consciousness. Arenik, ETAL 2013, but Dr. Chander's ability to read raw EEG data and her deep knowledge of neuroscience put her in an ideal position to track her patient's level of consciousness. Connections. Anesthetic drugs can lower blood pressure and heart rate. Anesthetic drugs can lower blood pressure and heart rate by suppressing the sympathetic nervous system. In the biology and behavior chapter, we discuss how the sympathetic nervous system orchestrates the fight or flight response, prepping the body to respond to stressful situations. Surgery would certainly qualify as a stressful situation. Studying consciousness. Without modern technologies such as EEG, early psychologists were very limited in their ability to conduct research on consciousness. But that didn't stop them from trying. Wilhelm Wundt and his student Edward Titchener founded psychology as a science based on exploring consciousness and its contents. Another early psychologist, William James, believed consciousness serves a functional purpose. As one scholar points out, our ordinary waking state of consciousness may help us survive in the world, while other states of consciousness such as meditation and dreaming could provide insights we may not glean from our normal waking experience. Cardina 2020. James regarded consciousness as a stream that provides a sense of day-to-day continuity. James, 1890, 1983. Think about how this stream of thoughts is constantly rushing through your head. An email from an old friend appears in your inbox, jogging your memory of the birthday party she threw last month, and that reminds you that tomorrow is your mother's birthday. Better not forget that one. You notice your shoe is untied. Think about school starting tomorrow, and remember the credit card bill you need to pay, all within a matter of seconds. Thoughts interweave and overtake each other like currents of flowing water. Sometimes they are connected by topic, emotion, or events, but other times they don't seem to be connected by anything other than your stream of consciousness. Connections. In Chapter 1, we discussed the contributions of these early psychologists. One founded the first psychology laboratory, edited the first psychology journal, and used experimentation to measure psychological processes. Titchener aimed to determine the structure and most basic elements of the mind. Are animals conscious? The question is not if animals possess consciousness. Evidence suggests many of them do, but rather what type of consciousness they experience. Birch et al. 2020. Chimpanzees, elephants, dolphins, and even some birds and fish have passed the mirror mark test, a classic test for self-awareness in animals. Coda et al. 2019, page 2. To conduct the test, researchers put a mark on the animal's body and place it in front of a mirror. Then they watch for behaviors indicating the animal understands it is looking at its own body, scratching at the mark, for example. Birch et al. 2020. Although psychology started with the introspective study of consciousness, Graver 2019, U.S. psychologists John B. Watson, B.F. Skinner, and other behaviorists promoted the idea that psychology should restrict itself to the study of observable behaviors. The field broadened to include behaviorism and other perspectives during the 1930s, but the study of cognition was never abandoned. Then, in the 1950s, psychology experienced what has been called a cognitive revolution or cognitive turn, as psychologists began using new technologies and theoretical approaches to probe the mind. Brott et al. 2020, Cognitive Psychology, the scientific study of conscious and unconscious mental processes such as thinking, problem solving, and language, emerged as a major subfield. Today, understanding consciousness is an important goal of psychology, and many believe science can be used to investigate its mysteries. Although researchers don't always agree on which approaches should be used. Albertazzi, 2021. In her neuroscience research, Dr. Chandler has employed a cutting-edge technology called optogenetics that uses genetics and light sources to control the activities of individual neurons. Zao, 2017. With optogenetics, researchers can activate or deactivate neurons or groups of neurons and observe how these changes affect animals' behavior. Chong et al. 2020. DeSerath, 2015. This technology helps Dr. Chandler search for groups of neurons that may act as on or off switches for different states of consciousness, asleep versus awake, for example. Technologies like optogenics and functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, have added to our growing knowledge base. Song and Knopfel, 2016. Winter ETAL 2020. Yet barriers to studying consciousness remain. One is that consciousness is subjective, pertaining only to the individual who experiences it. Thus, some have argued it is impossible to objectively study another's conscious experience. Blackmore, 2005, Farthing, 1992. Then there is the mind-body conundrum. How does tangible physical matter, firing neurons, give rise to perceptions, thoughts, and emotions that seem so intangible? Blackmore, 2018, Figure 4.1. To make matters more complicated, one's conscious experience changes from moment to moment. In spite of these challenges, researchers around the world are inching closer to understand. Understanding consciousness by studying it from many perspectives. Fruin, ETAL 2020, Maraldi and Krippner 2019, Olawol 2019. Welcome to the world of consciousness and its many shades of gray. Connections. In Chapter 1, we presented the concept of objective observation, which is free of opinions, beliefs, expectations, and values. Here we note that descriptions of consciousness are subjective, unique, or personal, and do not lend themselves to objective reporting. Extended description for Figure 4.1, Where does consciousness dwell? Figure 4.1, Where does consciousness dwell? Conscious experiences, or so-called qualia, are accompanied by activity in the brain's posterior hot zone, illuminated area, which includes parts of the occipital, parietal, and temporal lobes. Whether you are enjoying your favorite Netflix series, smelling sautéed garlic, or picking the perfect emoji to text your friend, this area of the brain is sure to be active. As neuroscientist Christoph Koch explains, it appears that the sights, sounds, and other sensations of life as we experience it are generated by regions within the posterior cortex. As far as we can tell, almost all conscious experiences have their origin there. Are you paying attention? There are many elements of conscious experience, including desire, thought, language, knowledge of self and emotion. Memory is also involved, as conscious experiences usually involve the retrieval of memories. Memory chapter. Essentially, any cognitive process is potentially a part of your conscious experience. Cognition, language, and intelligence chapter. Let's look at what this means. For example, when you shop online, your ability to navigate a store website hinges on your recognition of visual. Your ability to navigate a store website hinges on your recognition of visual images. There are 6 items in my shopping cart: language aptitude for reading, and motor skills for typing and clicking. While browsing products, you access various memories which link you you just clicked, the shoes you bookmarked last week, and so on. All of this is part of your consciousness, your stream of thought. While carrying out this purchase, you are probably paying attention to what you are doing, or perhaps your attention is divided between this task and something else, like a text message exchange you are having at the same time. The precise relationship between consciousness and attention is disputed. Pitts, ETAL 2018, but where we direct our attention plays a key role in our conscious experience. Let's explore attention a little further. LO2. Explain how automatic processing relates to consciousness. Automatic processing. Stop reading and listen. Do you hear background sounds you didn't notice before? A soft breeze rustling through the curtains, a clock ticking. You may not have been paying attention to these sounds, but your brain was monitoring them all along. In describing consciousness, psychologists often distinguish between cognitive processes that occur automatically, without effort, awareness, or control, and those that require us to focus on specific sensory inputs. With effort and awareness, we choose where and when to direct our attention. Our sensory systems detect an enormous amount of information, and the brain must sift through these data. Our sensory systems detect an enormous amount of information, and the brain must sift through these data and determine what is important and needs immediate attention, what can be ignored, and what can be processed and stored for later use. This automatic processing allows us to attend to information with little or no conscious effort or awareness. Memory chapter Hasher and Zaks, 1979-1984. Without automatic processing, we would be overwhelmed with data. Connections. In the Sensation and Perception chapter, we introduce the concept of sensory adaptation, the process by which our sensory receptors become less sensitive to constant stimuli, causing us to become less aware of unchanging conditions. This better prepares us to detect environmental changes that may require our attention. Here we learn how this can occur with automatic processing. Automatic processing can also refer to the involuntary cognitive activity guiding some behaviors. Some behaviors seem to occur without intentional awareness and without getting in the way of our other activities. Hassan, ETAL 2009. Do you remember the last time you walked a familiar route, talking on the phone and sending texts the entire time? Somehow you arrived at your destination without noticing much about your surroundings. You were conscious enough to complete complex tasks, but not enough to realize that you were doing so. This type of multitasking is commonplace, though. This type of multitasking is commonplace, though research suggests only around 2.5% of people might be able to do it flawlessly. The rest of us have trouble handling the cognitive overload associated with juggling multiple tasks. Medeiros, Ward, ETAL 2015, Watson and Strayer 2010. We should note that multitasking is actually a misnomer. The human brain simply does not have the attentional capacity to conduct two different cognitive tasks simultaneously. So, when it feels like you are texting and listening to an e-reader simultaneously, your attention is really just switching between the two tasks at a fast rate. Denning, ETAL 2018, Table 4.1 offers solutions to some multitasking problems. Table 4.1. Be smart about multitasking. Problem solution. An urgent text message comes through while you are driving. You must respond ASAP. What's the solution? Using your phone while driving substantially raises your risk of crashing, and texting while driving is illegal in almost every U.S. state. Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, 2023. If you must respond to a text, pull over and do so in a safe location. Problem: sometimes you can resist checking Instagram during study sessions. What's the solution? Intersperse study sessions with media breaks. For example, allow yourself 5 minutes of screen time for every hour of studying. This is better than constantly switching your focus between studying and media, because every little adjustment requires time. Carrier ETAL 2015. Problem: you know you shouldn't text during class, but you must respond to a time-sensitive message before the lecture is over. What's the solution? Texting in class will likely reduce your learning efficiency. Chew ETAL 2022. If you must send a quick text and you know your instructor allows it, choose a strategic time. Wait until your instructor has finished expressing a thought or explaining a concept. Carrier ETAL 2015. You have laundry to fold and lectures to listen to. What's the solution? According to one study, folding laundry is almost as distracting as texting in an online learning situation. Blasphemy ETAL 2018. Try folding laundry while doing something less important, like watching TV. Problem: you know it's rude, but you can't help glancing at your phone during conversations. What's the solution? Put away your phone or turn down the volume during face-to-face conversations. Snubbing someone with your phone, phubbing, can have a negative impact on both personal and professional relationships. Roberts and David, 2017-2020. Multitasking with technology has become a part of everyday life, but it leads to divided attention. Chua, ETAL 2017. With strategies like these, you can avoid some of the safety issues and other negative effects associated with media tasking. LO3. Describe how we narrow our focus through selective attention. Selective attention. Although we have access to a vast amount of information in our internal and external environments, we can only focus our attention on a small portion at one time. This narrow focus on specific stimuli is known as selective attention. Talking to someone in a crowded room, you are able to block out surrounding chatter and noise and immerse yourself in the conversation. This efficient use of selective attention is known as the cocktail party effect, and it occurs when the brain is responsive to some speech streams, while ignoring others. Golumbik ETAL 2013, Koch ETAL 2011. Do you think you would hear someone saying your name in this type of scenario? Researchers have found that only around 1/3 of people are able to do this. Rower and Cohen, 2021. Studies suggest selective attention can be influenced by emotions. Anger, for example, increases our ability to selectively attend to something or someone. Finucane, 2011. Personality characteristics may also impact our capacity to focus attention and avoid mind wandering. Wellhalf, ETAL 2020. For example, people with higher levels of grit or commitment to achieving long-term goals seem to be particularly good at maintaining focus as they work to accomplish something. Smith, ETAL 2023. This tendency to focus on specific stimuli does not mean we fail to detect everything else. Remember, the brain is constantly gathering data through automatic processing. With so much data competing for our attention, what determines where we direct our focus? Humans are highly sensitive to abrupt, unexpected changes in environment, and to stimuli that are unfamiliar, rewarding, or especially strong. Burgess, ETAL 2016. Daphner, ETAL 2007. Parmentier and Andres 2010. We are also sensitive to stimuli we find disgusting or frightening. Perron, ETAL 2021. Meanwhile, we tend to ignore continuous input like unimportant background stimuli. Imagine you are studying in a busy coffee shop. You are aware the environment is bustling with activity, but you fail to pay attention to every person until something changes. Someone laughs very loudly, for example. Then your attention might be directed to that specific event. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we describe the reticular formation, an intricate web of neurons responsible for levels of arousal. It also plays a role in selectively attending to important information by sifting through sensory data, picking out what's relevant and ignoring the rest. Here we learn how the brain pays attention to unexpected changes in the environment. Inattentional blindness. Selective attention is great if you need to study for a psychology test as people around you play video games, but it can also be dangerous. Suppose a friend sends you a hilarious text message while you are walking toward a busy intersection. Thinking about the text can momentarily steal your attention away from the signs of danger, like a car turning right on red without stopping. While distracted by the text message, you might step into the intersection without seeing the car turning in your path. This looking without seeing is referred to as inattentional blindness. Mack 2003. Our example focuses on the distracted pedestrian, but drivers, particularly younger and older ones, are also susceptible to inattentional blindness. As you might suspect, drivers who fail to notice objects and other environmental circumstances may be more susceptible to errors and collisions. Sorry, Yazdi, ETAL 2019. What umbrella? In an elegant demonstration of unintentional blindness, researchers asked a group of participants to watch a video of men passing around a basketball. As the participants kept careful tabs on the players' passes, a semi-transparent image of a woman with an umbrella appeared among them. Only 21% of the participants, 1 out of every 5, even noticed. Most ETAL 2001. Ulrich Nasser illustrated just how blind we can be to objects directly in our line of vision. In one of his studies, participants were instructed to watch a video of men passing a basketball from one person to another. Nasser, 1979. Nasser and Becklin, 1975. As the participants diligently followed the basketball with their eyes, counting each pass, a partially transparent woman holding an umbrella was superimposed walking across the basketball court. Only 21% of the participants even noticed the woman. Most ETAL 2001. Simons 2010. The others had been too fixated on counting the basketball passes to see her. Mack 2003. It turns out even experts can fall prey to this phenomenon. In one study, researchers embedded an image of a gorilla on a CT scan of a lung. Refer to the photo below. 20 out of 24 expert radiologists failed to detect the gorilla. Drew, ETAL 2013. This phenomenon may not be limited to vision. Research suggests we can also be blind to other sensory stimuli, including smells. Forster and Spence, 2018. Is that a gorilla in my lung? Do you see a gorilla on the upper right side of this lung scan? Researchers showed this image to a group of radiologists, medical professionals who specialize in reading computerized axial tomography (CT) scans like this. A whopping 83% did not notice the gorilla, even though it was 48 times bigger than the lung nodules they identify on a regular basis. Drew et al. 2013, a beautiful illustration of inattentional blindness. Levels of consciousness. People often equate consciousness with being awake and alert, and unconsciousness with being passed out or comatose. But as Dr. Chander suggested earlier, the distinction is not so clear. There are different levels of consciousness, such as those associated with wakefulness, sleepiness, and dreaming, as well as drug-induced hypnotic and meditative states. One way to define these levels of consciousness is to determine how much control you have over your awareness. When focusing intently on a task using a sharp knife, you have great control over your awareness, but that control diminishes as you daydream. Sometimes we can identify what causes a change in the level of consciousness. The sound of a ringtone interrupting your dozing, for example. Psychologists typically delineate between walking consciousness and altered states of consciousness that may result from drugs, alcohol, or hypnosis, all topics covered in this chapter. Wherever your attention is focused at this moment, that is your conscious experience. But there are times when attention essentially shuts down. What's going on when we lie in bed motionless, lost in a peaceful slumber? Sleep, fascinating sleep, is the subject of our next section. Show what you know. Question number 1. Blank is the state of being aware of oneself, one's thoughts, and or the environment. Is the answer A, consciousness, B, automatic processing, C, cognitive psychology, D, inattentional blindness? The answer is A, consciousness. Consciousness is the state of being aware of oneself, one's thoughts, and or the environment. Question number 2. Inattentional blindness is the tendency to look without seeing, giving what you know about selective attention. How would you advise someone to avoid inattentional blindness? Answers will vary. The ability to focus awareness on a small segment of information that is available through our sensory systems is called selective attention. Although we are exposed to many different stimuli at once, we tend to pay particular attention to abrupt or unexpected changes in the environment. Such events may pose a danger, and we need to be aware of them. However, selective attention can cause us to be blind to objects directly in our line of vision. This looking without seeing can have serious consequences, as we fail to see important occurrences in our surroundings. Our advice would be to try to remain aware of the potential for inattentional blindness, particularly when you are in situations that could involve serious injury. Question number 3. While studying for an exam, your sensory systems absorb an inordinate amount of information from your surroundings, most of which escapes your awareness. Because of blank, you generally do not get overwhelmed with incoming sensory data. Automatic processing. While studying for an exam, your sensory systems absorb an inordinate amount of information from your surroundings, most of which escapes your awareness. Because of automatic processing, you generally do not get overwhelmed with incoming sensory data. Sleep. Asleep at the wheel. Growing up, Matt Utesh had a lot of energy. He played basketball, ran cross country, and competed in one of the nation's top ranking private soccer leagues. But everything changed during Matt's sophomore year of high school. At first, it seemed like nothing serious, just a little nap here and there. But eventually, Matt was dozing off in every class except physical education. Most of his teachers assumed he was exhausted from the late night partying. Nobody, not even Matt's doctor, suspected he had a serious medical condition until the accident happened. The summer before junior year, Matt was driving his truck home from work. One moment he was rolling along the street at a safe distance from other cars, and the next he was ramming into a brown Saturn that had slowed to make a left turn. What had transpired in the interim? What had transpired in the interim? Matt had fallen asleep. He slammed on the brake pedal, but it was too late. The two vehicles collided. Unharmed, Matt leaped out of his truck and ran to check on the other driver, a woman who, as he remembers, was totally out of it. Her seat had broken and her back had nearly broken along with it. A few weeks after the accident, Matt went to the woman's home to bring her flowers. She invited him inside, and they sat down and began to chat. Then, right in the midst of their conversation, Matt fell asleep. we've got rhythm. Worms, monkeys, kangaroos, they all do it. Virtually all animals, including insects, nematodes, scorpions, spiders, and vertebrates, show some form of sleep, or at least sleep-like states. Liberel and Harrell, 2016, page 836. There are animals that require plenty of sleep. Bats sleep around. There are animals that require plenty of sleep. Bats sleep 20 hours a day, and those that need barely any. Elephants get by on 2 hours. Pensy, 2021. Sleep needs vary greatly among people. Sleep needs vary greatly among people, but the National Sleep Foundation recommends adults get between 7 and 9 hours per night. Hershkowitz, ETAL, 2015. Sunny, 2020. Do the math, and that translates to about a third of the day, and therefore a third of your life. Clearly, sleep serves some important function. But what is it? How can we study it? And how does it relate to consciousness? Before tackling these questions, let's get a handle on the basics. LO4, identify how circadian rhythm relates to sleep. Circadian rhythm. Have you ever noticed that you often get sleepy in the middle of the afternoon, even if you had a good sleep the night before? You inevitably begin feeling tired around 2 or 3 p.m. It's like clockwork. That's because it is clockwork. Many things your body does, including sleep, are regulated by a biological clock. Body temperature rises during the day, reaching its maximum in the early evening. Growth hormone is released at night, and the stress hormone, cortisol, soars in the morning, reaching levels 10 to 20 times higher than at night. Wright, 2022. There are just a few of the body functions that allow predictable daily patterns, affecting our behaviors, alertness, and activity levels. Such patterns in our physiological functioning roughly follow the 24-hour cycle of daylight and darkness. They follow a circadian rhythm. In the circadian rhythm for sleep and wakefulness, there are 2 times when the desire for sleep hits hardest. The first is between 2 and 6 a.m., the same window of time when most car accidents caused by sleepiness occur. Caldwell, ETAL, 2019. Horn, 2006. The second, less intense desire for sleep strikes mid-afternoon between 2 and 4 p.m. Lohr, 2015. When many college students seem to have trouble keeping their eyes open in class. This is a time when many people nap. Not all biological rhythms are circadian. Some occur over longer time intervals, Not all biological rhythms are circadian. Some occur over longer time intervals, monthly menstruation, and others cycle much faster. 90-minute sleep cycles to be discussed shortly. Many animals migrate or hibernate during certain seasons and mate according to a yearly pattern, even when deprived of cues like changing levels of sunlight. Some animals continue to follow these cycles. Birds caged indoors, for example, exhibit mood and behavioral changes at the times of the year when they would normally be migrating. Biological clocks are everywhere in nature, acting as day planners for organisms as basic as bacteria and slime mold. Summa and Turek 2015, Wright 2002. Ready to run? Like elephants, giraffes, and cattle, horses are able to sleep. Like elephants, giraffes, and cattle, horses are able to sleep standing up, which allows them to quickly flee when danger arises. Penisi 2021, Ungurian, and Rattenborg 2018. Suprachiasmatic nucleus. Where in the human body do these inner clocks and calendars dwell? Clocks are found in cells throughout the body, but one very important clock is nestled deep within the hypothalamus, a brain structure that plays a central role in maintaining homeostasis or balance in the body's systems, regulating daily patterns of hunger and body temperature, for example. This principal clock, known as the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN, consists of two clusters, each no bigger than an ant, totaling around 20,000 neurons. Bedrosian ETAL 2016, Green 2019. The SCN plays a role in our circadian rhythm by communicating with other areas of the hypothalamus and the reticular formation, which regulates alertness and sleepiness. Figure 4.2. Reticular formation regulates alertness and sleep. Pineal gland produces melatonin. Hypothalamus regulates patterns of hunger and temperature. Suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN. The SCN is actually two tiny bundles of neurons within the hypothalamus. The SCN sends messages about light to the rest of the hypothalamus and the reticular formation, and regulates the pineal gland's production of melatonin, a sleep-induced hormone. Supra is Latin for above. Supra is Latin for above. Suprachiasmatic means above the chism. The SCN's long name helps you find it in the brain. The SCN is located deep in the brain, far away from visual processing areas. So how does it get information about light? Our eyes contain a separate non-visual pathway made of retinal ganglion cells. This pathway goes directly to the SCN. Visual processing area, pathway for visual information, non-visual pathway for signals about light, optic chiasm. SCN. Extended description for Figure 4.2, the suprachiasmatic nucleus. Figure 4.2, the suprachiasmatic nucleus. The suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN, of the hypothalamus is the body's internal principal clock, playing a role in regulating our circadian rhythms. These rhythms roughly follow the 24-hour cycle of daylight and darkness, but one doesn't have to consciously perceive light for the SCN to function properly. There is a dedicated non-visual pathway that carries light information from the eyes to the SCN. Although tucked away in the recesses of the brain, the SCN knows the difference between day and night because it receives signals from the light-sensing cells in the eye called retinal ganglion cells. The SCN indirectly communicates with the pineal gland, a part of the endocrine system, to regulate the release of melatonin, a hormone that promotes sleep. Bedrosian ETAL 2016. In dark conditions, the clock commands the pineal gland to produce melatonin, making it easier to sleep. When light hits the eye, melatonin secretion slows down. So if you want to sleep, turn down the lights and let the melatonin get to work. And when we say lights, we are referring to all sources, including the screens of your favorite devices. Connections. In the Biology and Behavior chapter, we present the endocrine system, a communication system that uses glands to convey messages within the body. The messages are delivered by hormones, which are chemicals released in the bloodstream. The pineal gland, a part of the endocrine system, secretes melatonin, a hormone that is involved in sleep-wake cycles. Didn't see that coming? Are screens ruining your rhythm? About 6 in 10 U.S. adults look at their phones, tablets, or computers within an hour of bedtime. About 6 in 10 U.S. adults look at their phones, tablets, or computers within an hour of bedtime, often to the detriment of their sleep. National Sleep Foundation 2022. In addition to providing stimulation when you are trying to relax, just think how you feel when you see an upsetting or riveting post right before going to bed. These devices emit blue light, which has been linked to decreased melatonin levels. Cleveland Clinic 2022, May 20th. Remember that melatonin promotes sleep, so suppressing it might have a negative impact on sleep. Because of its effect on melatonin, blue light has gotten a bad rap, but evidence from animal research suggests yellow light may be problematic as well. Muland et al. 2019. Given these findings, what practical steps can we take to protect our sleep? The National Sleep Foundation, ND, suggests removing electronics from the bedroom a minimum of 1 hour before sleep. If you must look at your devices right before bed, reduce your overall exposure to light by turning down the brightness. Do Charmy 2020. Don't doom scroll. Scrolling through negative and upsetting media posts, or so-called doom scrolling, is not a good way to relax before bed. Although we may feel that it helps us make better sense of an uncontrollable situation, the COVID-19 The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, doom scrolling only tends to increase anxiety. Anand et al. 2022, page 171. To avoid this problem and others, experts recommend putting digital technologies away 1 or 2 hours before going to sleep. Cleveland Clinic 2022, May 20th. Larks and owls. Everyone has their own unique clock, which helps explain why some of us are morning people, or so-called larks, and others are night owls. If you are a lark, you roll out of bed feeling energized and alert, get more accomplished early in the day, yet grow weary as the day drags on. Ferrante et al. 2015. Owls, on the other hand, get up late and hit the sack late. But being an owl often means your energy level builds later in the day. Ferrante et al. 2015. Making it easy to stay up late posting on Instagram or reading your textbook. Are these tendencies toward lark and owl premeditated, or can they change in response to external pressures, like work schedules and social activities? The COVID-19 lockdown in the spring of 2020 gave researchers an excellent opportunity to study this question. People were stuck at home and had more freedom to sleep when they wanted. A study of nearly 4,000 of these individuals uncovered a common tendency to drift into new sleep schedules, suggesting that environmental circumstances play a major role in determining what type of bird a person is. Roitblatt, ETAL 2021. Jet lag. Whether you are a lark or an owl, your biological clock is likely to become confused when you travel across time zones. Your clock does not automatically reset to match the new time. The physical and mental consequences of this delayed adjustment, known as jet lag, may include gastrointestinal distress, headaches, and a noticeable decrease in the efficiency of brain activity. B. Zhang, ETAL 2020. Fortunately, the biological clock can readjust by about 1 or 2 hours each day. Fortunately, the biological clock can readjust by about 1 or 2 hours each day, eventually falling into step with the new environmental schedule. Cunha and Stapler, 2016. Career connections. The challenges of shift work. Now imagine plodding through life with a case of jet lag you just can't shake. This is the tough reality for some of the world's shift workers, firefighters, nurses, miners, military service members, and other professionals who work while the rest of the world snuggles under the covers. Shift workers represent about 20% of the workforce in the United States and other high-income countries, or 1 in 5 people who are employed. D. Lorenzo, ETAL 2003. Wright, ETAL 2013. Some work rotating shifts, which means they are constantly going to bed and waking up at different times. Others consistently work the overnight shift, so their sleep-wake cycles are permanently out of step with the light and dark cycles of the earth. Constantly fighting the clock takes a heavy toll on the mind and body, causing drowsiness that could potentially lead to workplace accidents. Pilcher and Morris, 2020. Irregular sleep schedules may also cause changes in metabolism that could lead to weight gain and increased risk for diabetes. James, ETAL 2017. Finally, shift workers face a greater risk for high blood pressure, heart disease, and chronic inflammation, which could potentially set the stage for the development of cancer. Good, ETAL 2020, James, ETAL 2015. James, ETAL 2017. Night shift. Airline workers are among the many professionals who work during the night. According to a meta-analysis, about 1 in 4 shift workers meet the criteria for shift work disorder, a sleep disturbance that is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment of social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. Pelicine, ETAL 2021, page 2. How can shift workers minimize circadian disturbances? Remember that light is the principal clock's most important external cue. Maximizing light exposure during work time and steering clear of it close to bedtime can help. Bedrosian, ETAL 2016. Some night shifters don sunglasses on their way home to block the morning sun and head straight to bed in a quiet dark room. Epstein and Martin, 2007. Establishing consistent schedules for both eating and sleeping and avoiding alcohol within 3 hours of bedtime can help. 2. Caldwell, ETAL 2019. UCLA Health ND. Many people use over-the-counter melatonin supplements in hope of improving their sleep, but there are questions about the quality of these products and their efficacy for different people. Erland and Saxena, 2017, National Sleep Foundation, 2020, August 6th. The stages of sleep, LO5, summarize the stages of sleep. Sleep waves. A sleep study participant undergoes an EEG test. Electrodes attached to her head pick up electrical activity from her brain, which is transformed into a series of spikes on a computer screen. Through careful study of EEG data, researchers have come to understand the various stages of sleep. Have you ever watched someone sleeping? The person looks blissfully tranquil, body still, face relaxed, chest rising and falling like a lazy ocean wave. Don't be fooled. Underneath the body's quiet front is a very active brain, as revealed by an electroencephalogram, EEG. If you could look at an EEG trace of your brain right at this moment, you would probably see a series of tiny, short spikes in rapid-fire succession. These high-frequency brain waves are called beta waves, and they appear when you are solving a math problem, reading a book, or any time you are alert. Infographic 4.1. Researchers call this state of consciousness stage W, indicating a waking state, and it can range from being fully alert to slightly drowsy. Berry, ETAL 2016. Now let's say you climb into bed, close your eyes, and relax. As you become more and more drowsy, the EEG would likely begin showing alpha waves, which are lower in frequency than beta waves. Cantero, ETAL 1999, Silber, ETAL 2007. At some point, you drift into a different state of consciousness known as sleep, non-REM sleep. A normal sleeper begins the night in rapid eye movement, non-REM or NREM, or non-dreaming sleep, which has 3 stages. Berry, ETAL 2016, Infographic 4.1. The first and lightest is stage N1, NREM1 sleep, also known as light sleep. During stage N1, muscles go limp and body temperature starts to fall. The eyeballs may move gently beneath the lids. If you looked at an EEG of a person in stage N1, you would likely see theta waves, which are lower in frequency than both alpha and beta waves. This is the type of sleep many people deny having. Example, your friend begins to snooze while watching TV, so you poke them in the ribs and say, "Wake up." But they swear they weren't asleep. It is also during this initial phase of sleep that hallucinations or imaginary sensations can occur. Do you ever see blotches of color or bizarre floating images as you drift off to sleep? Or perhaps you have felt a sensation of falling or swinging and then jerked your arms or legs in response. False perceptions that occur during the limbo between wakefulness and sleep are called hypnagogic hallucinations, and they are no cause for concern. In most cases, false perceptions that occur during the limbo between wakefulness and sleep are called hypnagogic hallucinations, and they are no cause for concern in most cases. More on this when we return to Matt's story. After a few minutes in stage N1, the sleeper moves on to the next phase of non-REM sleep, called stage N2, NREM2 sleep, which is slightly deeper than stage N1. It is now harder to awaken them. Theta waves continue showing up on the EEG, along with little bursts of electrical activity called sleep spindles, and large waves called K complexes appearing every 2 minutes or so. Researchers suspect sleep spindles are associated with memory consolidation and intelligence. Fogel and Smith, 2011. Van Schalkwijck, ETAL, 2020. Studies suggest K complexes are involved in processes as diverse as forming memories, preparing the brain for arousal, and regulating the cardiovascular system. Caporal, ETAL 2012. D. Zambati, ETAL 2016. Latrial, ETAL 2020. After passing through stages N1 and N2, the sleeper descends into stage N3, NREM3 sleep. Stage N3 is considered slow wave sleep, and it has a higher proportion of tall, low frequency delta waves than prior stages. Barry and Wagner, 2015. Waking a person from slow wave sleep is not easy. Most of us feel groggy, disoriented, and downright irritated when jarred from a slow wave slumber. This is also the peak time for the secretion of growth hormone, which helps build tissue and promotes growth in children, making them taller and stronger. Bakojao and Hua, 2016. REM sleep. Deep sleep doesn't last too long. However, after about 40 minutes of stage N3 sleep, the sleeper works their way back to stage N2. Then, instead of waking up, they enter stage R, or rapid eye movement, REM sleep. During REM sleep, the eyes often dart around even though they are closed, hence the name rapid eye movement sleep. The brain is very active with EEG recordings showing faster and shorter waves, similar to those of someone who is wide awake. Pulse and breathing rate fluctuate, and blood flow to the genitals increase, which explains why people frequently wake up in a state of sexual arousal. Another name for REM sleep is paradoxical sleep, because the sleeper appears to be quiet and resting, but the brain is full of electrical activity. Most dreaming takes place during REM sleep, and REM dreams tend to be jam-packed with rich sensory details and narrative. Dreams also occur during non-REM sleep, but they are less frequently reported. Sislary, ETAL 2017. People aroused from REM sleep often report having vivid, illogical dreams. Thankfully, there is a mechanism to prevent us from acting them out. During REM sleep, certain neurons in the brainstem control the voluntary muscles, keeping most of the body still. What would happen if the neurons responsible for disabling the muscles during REM sleep were destroyed or damaged? Researchers led by Michael Jouvet, 1925-2017. Researchers led by Michael Jouvet, 1925 through 2017, in France, and Adrian Morrison in the United States determined the answer to that question in the 1960s and 1970s. Both teams showed that severing these neurons in the brain of cats caused them to act out their kitty dreams. Not only did the sleeping felines stand up, they arched their backs in fury, groomed and licked themselves, and hunted imaginary mice. Jouvet, 1979, Sastre and Jouvet, 1979. Infographic 4.1. Sleep. The brain is very active during sleep, cycling through non-REM stages and ending in REM sleep approximately 5 times during the night. Transitions between stages are clearly visible as shifts in EEG patterns. Graphs illustrating the human sleep cycle typically present an 8-hour time span as shown below. But this doesn't tell the whole story of sleep. The amount of time spent sleeping and the content of our sleep change across the lifespan. Only 2/3 of U.S. adults get the recommended minimum of 7 hours per night. Why Liu et al. 2016. This sleep study participant wears electrodes that will measure his brain waves and body movements during sleep. Sleep. We can track the stages of sleep by observing brain waves. Here the brain waves show a clear shift from waking to sleeping patterns. Data from Dement and Vaughan, 1999. A typical night's sleep has 4 or 5 multi-stage sleep cycles. A typical night's sleep has 4 or 5 multi-stage cycles, each lasting approximately 90 minutes. Each cycle includes at least one non-REM and one REM stage. Pattern and duration of stages differ over the course of the night. Human sleep stages, REM duration increases. Stage N3 vanishes. Hours of sleep. Awake, alpha and beta waves. REM sleep, eye movement phase. Stage N1. Theta waves. Stage N2, sleep spindle. K complex. Stage N3, delta waves characterize slow wave sleep. As we age, we need fewer hours of sleep, and the proportion of time spent in REM diminishes. REM is 50% of total sleep time at birth. REM is 50% of total sleep time at birth. REM decreases to 20% of total sleep by age 85. Waking, REM sleep, non-REM sleep. Hours, age, and years. Extended description for sleep infographic. Sleep architecture. Congratulations, you have just completed one sleep cycle, working your way through stages N1, N2, and N3 of non-REM sleep, and ending with a dream-packed episode of REM. Each of these cycles lasts about 90 minutes, and the average adult sleeper loops through the 5 of them per night. The composition of these 90-minute sleep cycles changes as the hours pass. During the first 2 cycles, a considerable amount of time is devoted to the deep sleep stage N3. Halfway through the night, however, stage N3 vanishes. Meanwhile, the REM periods become progressively longer, with the first REM episode lasting only 5 to 10 minutes, and the final one lasting nearly a half hour. Siegel, 2005. Therefore, we pack in most of our non-REM sleep early in the night and most of the dreaming toward the end. And the sleep stage we spend the most time in, nearly half the night, is stage N2, according to Epstein and Martin, 2007. The makeup of our sleep cycles, or sleep architecture, changes throughout life. Infants spend almost half of their sleep in REM, according to Skeldon et al. 2016. Older people spend far less time in REM sleep and the deeply refreshing stage of N3 sleep. Instead, they experience longer periods of light sleep, stages N1 and N2, which can be interrupted easily by noises and movements, according to Cirelli, 2012, O'Hayan et al. 2004, Scullin and Blewise, 2015. Could this be the reason some older people complain of sleeping poorly, waking up often, and feeling drowsy during the day? Sleep anxiety. Sleep loss. Sleep loss can increase anxiety, and anxiety can cause sleep loss, potentially creating a negative feedback cycle wherein sleep disruption and escalating anxiety become self reinforcing. Simon et al. 2020, page 107. Anxiety levels tend to be lower when people feel a sense of purpose in life. Borham and Schutte, 2023. So, finding activities that are meaningful might have a beneficial effect. Have trouble sleeping? LO6. Recognize various sleep disorders and their symptoms. Problem identified: narcolepsy. Shortly after the car accident, Matt was diagnosed with narcolepsy, a neurological disorder characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness and other sleep-related disturbances. Symptoms of narcolepsy include the irrepressible need to sleep, lapsing into sleep, or napping occurring within the same day. American Psychiatric Association, 2022, page 422. Sleep attacks come on suddenly. National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, NINDS, 2023. They can strike anytime, anywhere, during a job interview, while riding a bicycle, or in the midst of a passionate kiss. One time, Matt fell asleep while making a sandwich. When he awoke, he was still holding a slice of meat in his hand. By the time Matt was a junior in high school, his uncontrollable naps were striking upward of 20 to 30 times a day. Cataplexy. Cataplexy. That wasn't all. Matt developed another debilitating symptom of narcolepsy: cataplexy, an abrupt loss of strength or muscle tone that occurs when a person is awake. During a severe cataplectic attack, some muscles go limp, and the body may collapse slowly to the floor like a rag doll. One moment, Matt would be standing in the hallway laughing with friends. The next, he was splayed on the floor, unable to move. Cataplexy attacks come on suddenly, usually during periods of positive emotion. American Psychiatric Association, 2022. The effects typically wear off after several seconds, but severe attacks can immobilize a person from a few seconds to as long as 2 minutes. Cataplexy may completely disable the body, but it produces no loss in awareness. Even during the worst attack, Matt remained completely aware. He could hear people talking about him. Sometimes they snickered in amusement. Kids can be cruel, Matt says. By his junior year, Matt was having 60 to 100 cataplexy attacks a day. Sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations. Matt also developed two other common narcolepsy symptoms: sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations. Sleep paralysis is a temporary paralysis that strikes just before falling asleep or upon waking. American Psychiatric Association, 2022. Recall that the body becomes paralyzed during REM sleep, but sometimes this paralysis sets in prematurely or fails to turn off on time. Picture yourself lying in bed, awake and fully aware, yet unable to roll over, climb out of bed, or even wiggle a toe. You want to scream for help, but your lips won't budge. Sleep paralysis is a common symptom of narcolepsy, but it can also strike ordinary sleepers. About 8% of people in the general population and 28% of college students have experienced sleep paralysis at least once in their lives. Jalal and Ramachandran, 2014. Jalal et al. 2014. Sharpless and Barber, 2011. Episodes usually last a few seconds, but some go on for several minutes. A terrifying experience for most people. Sleep paralysis may seem scary, but now imagine seeing bloodthirsty vampires standing at the foot of your bed just as you are about to fall asleep. Earlier, we discussed the hypnagogic hallucinations people can experience during stage N1 sleep, seeing strange images, for example, but not all hypnagogic hallucinations involve harmless blobs. They can also be realistic visions of axe murderers or space aliens trying to abduct you. McNally and Clancy, 2005. Matt had a recurring hallucination of a man with a butcher knife racing through his doorway, jumping onto his bed and stabbing him in the chest. Upon awakening, Matt would often quiz his mother with questions like, "When is my birthday?" or "What is your license plate number?" He wanted to verify she was real, not just another character in his dream. Like sleep paralysis, vivid hypnagogic hallucinations can occur in people without narcolepsy too. Shift work, insomnia, and sleeping face up are all factors that appear to heighten one's risk, according to Shane, 2022, McNeely, and Clancy, 2005. Living with narcolepsy. Throughout junior year, Matt took various medications to control his narcolepsy, but his symptoms persisted. Narcolepsy was beginning to interfere with virtually every aspect of his life. At the beginning of high school, Matt had a 4.0 grade point average. Now he was working twice as hard and earning lower grades. Playing sports had become a major health hazard because his cataplexy struck wherever and wherever without notice. If he collapsed while sprinting down the soccer field or diving for a basketball, he might twist an ankle, break an arm, or worse. It was during this time that Matt realized who his true friends were. "The people that stuck with me then are still my close friends now," he says. Matt's loyal buddies learned to recognize the warning signs of his cataplexy. For example, when he suddenly stands still and closes his eyes, and did everything possible to keep him safe, grabbing hold of his body and slowly lowering him to the ground. His buddies had his back, literally. Narcolepsy is rare, affecting far less than 1% of the U.S. population. Slowick et al. 2023. Although several medications are available to help control symptoms, there is no known cure. The disorder is believed to result from the loss of a specific type of neuron that helps regulate sleep-wake patterns. Lisandro et al. 2017. Normally, the boundaries separating sleep and wakefulness are relatively clear. You are awake in REM sleep or in non-REM sleep. With narcolepsy, the lines separating these different realms of consciousness fade, allowing sleep to spill into periods of wakefulness. The loss of muscle tone during cataplexy, sleep paralysis, and dreamlike hypnagogic hallucinations may be explained by occurrences of REM sleep in the midst of wakefulness. According to Atarian et al. 2000, in other words, REM sleep occurs in the wrong place at the wrong time. A summary of this and other sleep disturbances appears in Table 4.2. Did she have narcolepsy? Harriet Tubman is famous for helping hundreds of people escape slavery through the Underground Railroad, but few people know that Tubman experienced symptoms of narcolepsy. Her sleep problems began after an incident that occurred when she was still enslaved. She was struck on the head as punishment for protesting the beating of a fellow enslaved person, according to McCall's 2015 and Poole 2016. REM sleep behavior disorder. Problems with REM regulation can also lead to other sleep disturbances, including REM sleep behavior disorder. The defining characteristics of this disorder include repeated episodes of vocalizations and or complex motor behaviors arising from REM sleep. American Psychiatric Association, 2022, page 461. People with REM sleep behavior disorder are much like the Katz and Morrison's and Jouvet's experiments. Something has gone awry with the brainstem mechanism responsible for paralyzing their bodies during REM sleep, so they are able to move around and act out their dreams, according to HU 2020, Schenk and Mahawald 2022. This is not a good thing, since the dreams of people with REM sleep behavior disorder tend to be unusually violent and action-packed, involving fights with wild animals and other attackers. Fantini, ETAL 2005, HU 2020. According to some research, up to 55% of those affected have injured themselves at one point or another. Some 12% of those injuries are serious, among them broken bones, fractured ribs, and subdural hematomas. According to American Psychiatric Association, 2022, REM sleep behavior disorder primarily affects older men, age 50 and up, and frequently foreshadows the development of serious neurodegenerative disorders, conditions such as Parkinson's disease and dementia that are associated with the gradual decline and death of neurons, according to HU 2020, Peaver ETAL 2014, Postuma ETAL 2009. Breathing-related sleep disorders: obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea. Obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea, is relatively common, affecting about 1 in 5 adults, according to a review of research spanning 2 decades, according to Franklin and Lindbergh, 2015. As the name indicates, this condition is characterized by a complete absence of airflow, apnea, or reduced airflow, hypopnea. During normal sleep, the airway remains open, allowing air to flow in and out of the lungs. With obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea. With obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea, breathing is reduced or stopped for 10 seconds or more, causing blood oxygen levels to drop. American Psychiatric Association, 2022, Chung and El Said, 2009, Teodorescu, ETAL 2015. The brain responds by commanding the body to wake up and breathe. The sleeper awakes and gasps for air, sometimes with a noisy nasal sound, and then drifts back to sleep. This process can repeat itself several hundred times per night, preventing a person from experiencing the deep stages of sleep crucial for feeling re-energized in the morning. Most people have no memory of the repeated awakenings and wonder why they feel so exhausted during the day. They are completely unaware that they have this serious sleep disturbance. Obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea, is more common among males than females and is more prevalent in people who are obese and in women after menopause. This condition is linked to increased risk of death in older adults, traffic accidents, and reduced quality of life, as well as abnormal cardiovascular function. American Psychiatric Association, 2022. When apnea turns tragic. About a year after the release of Star Wars, The Force Awakens, actor Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia, died of sleep apnea and other undetermined factors. County of Los Angeles, Department of Medical Examiner, Coroner, 2017, page 4. The coroner found evidence of cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy (MDMA) in Fisher's body, but it remains unclear if and how these drugs might have contributed to her death. Insomnia. The most prevalent sleep disturbance is insomnia, characterized by an inability to fall asleep or stay asleep. People with insomnia may complain of waking up in the middle of the night or arising too early and not being able to fall back asleep. This poor quality of sleep can lead to daytime sleepiness and difficulty with cognitive tasks. American Psychiatric Association 2022. About a third of adults experience some symptoms of insomnia, and about 10% meet diagnostic criteria for insomnia disorder. American Psychiatric Association 2022. May and Bicey 2008, Roth 2007. Evidence suggests that more than 25% of college students experience sleep disturbances, and close to 8% qualify as having insomnia. Bravo ETAL 2018, Frederick and Schlarb 2018. As you probably know, many aspects of college life can interfere with sleep, including loud roommates and worries about school assignments, work, and finances. Insomnia is, to a certain degree, inherited. According to Song ETAL 2020, Van Summeren ETAL 2015. But its symptoms can be triggered by many factors, including the stress of a new job, depression, anxiety, jet lag, aging, drug use, and chronic pain. Other sleep disturbances. Have you ever found yourself feeling around in the dark of night, wondering where you are and how you got there? This scenario may sound familiar with those who have experienced sleepwalking and a common disturbance that during this scenario may sound familiar to those who have experienced sleepwalking, a common disturbance that occurs during non-REM sleep, typically stage N3. A quarter of all children will experience at least one sleepwalking incident, and it seems to run in families. According to Lysis ETAL 2011, Petit ETL 2015. Sleepwalkers may be spotted sitting up in bed, walking around with their eyes wide open and speaking gibberish. Note that this garbled speech is different from sleep talking, which can occur in either REM or non-REM sleep, and is not considered a sleep disturbance. Sleepwalkers can accomplish a variety of tasks, such as opening doors, going to the bathroom, and getting dressed, all of which they are likely to forget by morning. Most sleepwalking episodes are not related to dreaming, and contrary to urban myth, awakening a sleepwalker will not cause sudden death or injury. What's dangerous is leaving the front door unlocked and the door keys in the ignition, as sleepwalkers have been known to unlock doors and attempt driving. American Psychiatric Association 2022. Sleep terrors are non-REM sleep disturbances primarily affecting children. A child experiencing a sleep terror may sit up in bed, stare fearfully at nothing, and scream. Parents may find the child crying hysterically, breathing rapidly, and sweating. No matter what the parents say or do, the child remains inconsolable. Fortunately, sleep terrors usually do not last longer than 10 minutes, and most children outgrow them. Children may remember only singular images, if anything at all, after waking up from an episode. American Psychiatric Association 2022. Nightmares are frightening dreams that occur in REM sleep. Nightmare disorder affects approximately 4% of the population. Nightmare disorder affects approximately 4% of the population. Aurora ETAL 2010. And unlike sleep terrors, nightmares can often be recalled in vivid detail. Because nightmares usually occur during REM sleep, they are generally not acted out. American Psychiatric Association 2022. Research suggests that people who frequently experience nightmares are more susceptible to daily stressors and may have other problems like depression and insomnia. Hartchard ETAL 2016, page 47. Nadorf, ETAL 2015. In some cases, nightmares do not have an apparent cause. In other cases, they may be related to issues such as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, psychological disorder chapter. Substance abuse and anxiety. Approximately 80% of people with PTSD report having nightmares, according to Aurora ETAL 2010. Table 4.2, Sleep Disturbances. Sleep disturbance, definition, defining characteristics. Narcolepsy. Neurological disorder characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness, which includes lapses into sleep and napping. Irrepressible need to sleep, daytime napping, cataplexy, sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations. REM sleep behavior disorder, a sleep disturbance in which the mechanism responsible for paralyzing the body during REM sleep is not functioning, resulting in the acting out of dreams. Dreamers vocalize and act out dreams, which may be action-packed and violent upon awakening. Dreamers vocalize and act out dreams, which may be action-packed and violent. Upon awakening, they remember the dream presents a risk of injury to self and sleeping partners. Obstructive sleep apnea. Obstructive sleep apnea, a serious disturbance characterized by a complete absence of airflow, apnea or reduced airflow, hypopnea. Upper throat muscles go limp, airway closes, breathing stops for 10 seconds or longer, sleeper awakens, gasping for air. Insomnia, inability to fall asleep or stay asleep, poor sleep quantity or quality, tendency to wake up too early, the sleeper has trouble falling back asleep and does not feel refreshed in the morning. Sleepwalking, disturbance of non-REM sleep characterized by complex behavior during sleep. Expressionless face, open eyes, may sit up in bed, walk around, or speak gibberish. Upon awakening, has limited recall. Sleep terrors, disturbance of non-REM sleep, generally occurring in children. Screaming, inconsolable child, usually no memory of the episode the next day. Problems can arise during both REM and non-REM sleep. This table outlines some of the most common sleep disturbances and their defining characteristics. Losing sleep. Matt's worst struggle with narcolepsy stretched through the last 2 years of high school. During this time, he was averaging 20 to 30 naps a day. You might think that someone who falls asleep so often would at least feel well rested while awake. Not the case. Matt had trouble sleeping at night, and it was taking a heavy toll on his ability to think clearly. He remembers nodding off at the wheel a few times, but continuing to drive, reassuring himself that everything was fine. He forgot about homework assignments and couldn't recall simple things people told him. Matt was experiencing 2 of the most common symptoms of sleep deprivation: impaired judgment and lapses in memory. Goel ETAL 2009. Tired teen. Matt's battle with narcolepsy climaxed during his junior year of high school. In addition to falling asleep 20 to 30 times a day, he was experiencing frequent bouts of cataplexy, an abrupt loss of muscle tone that occurs while one is awake. Let's face it, no one can function optimally without a good night's sleep, but the expression good night's sleep can mean something quite different from one person to the next. Newborns need anywhere from 14 to 17 hours of sleep per day. Toddlers, 11 to 14 hours. School-aged children, 9 to 11 hours. And teens, 8 to 10 hours. National Sleep Foundation 2020, July 31st, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine and the Sleep Research Society recommend that adults ages 18 to 60 get a minimum of 7 hours of sleep every night. Watson ETAL 2015, yet 1 in 3 Americans fails to achieve this goal. Why? Liu ETAL 2016. Short-term sleep deprivation. What happens to living things when they don't sleep at all? Laboratory studies show that sleep deprivation kills rats faster than starvation, according to Rich Staffen and Bergman, 1995, Siegel, 2005. Curtailing sleep in humans leads to rapid deterioration of mental and physical well-being. Stay up for a full 48 hours and you can expect your memory, attention, reaction time, and decision-making to suffer noticeably. Goel, ETAL, 2009. Van Summeren, ETAL, 2015. Sleepy people find it especially challenging to accomplish tasks that are monotonous and boring. They may have trouble focusing on a single activity, like keeping their eyes on the road while driving, according to Lim and Dinges, 2010. Using driving simulators and tests to measure alertness, hand-eye coordination, and other factors, researchers report that getting behind the wheel while sleepy is similar to driving drunk. Staying awake for just 17 to 19 consecutive hours, which many of us do regularly, produces the same effect as having a blood alcohol content, BAC, of 0.05. Staying awake for just 17 to 19 consecutive hours staying awake for just 17 to 19 consecutive hours, which many of us do regularly, produces the same effect as having a blood alcohol content, BAC, of 0.05%, the legal limit in many countries. Driving under these circumstances is dangerous, according to Watson, ETAL, 2015, Williamson, and Fayer, 2000. Sleep loss also makes you more prone to micro-sleeps or uncontrollable mini-naps lasting several seconds, enough time to miss a traffic light turning red. Staying awake for several days at a time, 11 days is the current world record based on experimental data, according to Gillen, 2022. Produces a host of disabling effects, including fragmented speech, cognitive deficits. Staying awake for several days at a time, 11 days is the current world record based on experimental data, according to Gillen, 2022. Staying awake for several days at a time, 11 days is the current world record based on experimental data, according to Gillen, 2002. Produces a host of disabling effects, including fragmented speech, cognitive deficits, mood swings, and hallucinations, according to Gulovich, ETAL, 1966. Record-breaking Randy. A half-century ago, 17-year-old Randy Gardner set the record for the longest documented period of self-imposed sleep deprivation. With the help of 2 friends and no caffeine or stimulants of any sort, the young man went 11 consecutive days without snoozing, according to Gulovich, ETAL, 1966. Long-term sleep deprivation. A more chronic form of sleep deprivation results from insufficient sleep night upon night for weeks, months, or years. People in this category are less likely than their well-rested peers to exercise, eat healthy foods, have sex, and attend family events. National Sleep Foundation, 2009. They also face a greater risk for heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and weight gain, according to Leicester, ETAL, 2012, and have decreased immune system responses and slower reaction times, according to Besedovsky, ETAL, 2012, and Orzel Grigluska, 2010. Many researchers suspect the obesity epidemic currently plaguing industrialized countries like the United States is partially linked to chronic sleep deprivation. Skimping on sleep appears to disrupt appetite-regulating hormones, which may lead to excessive hunger and overeating, according to Lynn et al. 2020. REM deprivation. So far, we have only covered sleep loss in general. What happens if REM sleep is compromised? Some research suggests depriving people of REM sleep can cause emotional overreactions to threatening situations. Rosales Lagarde, et al. 2012. REM deprivation can also lead to REM rebound, an increased amount of time spent in REM sleep when one finally gets an opportunity to sleep in peace. Researchers report that sleep disturbances following surgery, for example, often result in REM sleep rebound, according to Chaucho, et al. 2014. Why do we sleep? The purpose of sleep has yet to be conclusively identified, according to Franks and Wisden, 2021. Drawing from sleep deprivation studies and other types of experiments, researchers have constructed various theories to explain why we spend so much time sleeping. Table 4.3 describes some of the main theories. Table 4.3 Theories of sleep. Theory description, a closer look. Restorative. Sleep allows for growth and repair of the body and brain. Growth hormone is secreted during non-REM sleep, and protein production ramps up in the brain during REM. Sleep is a time for rest and replenishment of neurotransmitters, especially those important for attention and memory, according to Borbely et al. 2016 and Hobson 1989. Evolutionary. Sleep serves an adaptive function, evolved because it helped survival. Dark environments were unsafe for our primitive ancestors. Humans have poor night vision compared to animals hunting at night, so it was adaptive to avoid moving around. The development of circadian rhythms driving nighttime sleep served an important evolutionary purpose, according to Barton and Capellini, 2016. Consolidation. Sleep aids in the consolidation or formation of memories and learning, according to Tanani and Sorelli, 2014. The exact role of sleep is still being investigated, but evidence suggests that good sleep makes for better processing of memories, according to Cordy and Roche, 2012. According to Cordy and Roche, 2021, Roche and Bourne, 2013, Sawangajit, et al. 2018. We spend approximately a third of our lives sleeping, yet the precise purpose of sleep is still to be established. Listed here are three of the dominant theories. Whatever the purpose of sleep, there is no denying its importance. After a couple of sleepless nights, we are grumpy, clumsy, and unable to think straight. Although we may appreciate the value of sleep, we don't always practice the best bedtime habits or know what they are. Read on to discover some behaviors and assumptions to avoid. Good for your brain. During the day, your brain produces a lot of waste, and sleep appears to be an important time for clearing it away. Komarov, 2021, Research in Animals suggests that this process of cleaning house is most efficient when the body is positioned sideways. H. Lee, et al. 2015. So if you want to facilitate this detox process, sleeping sideways may be your best bet. Think critically. 6 sleep myths. Drinking alcohol before bed helps you sleep better. Alcohol helps you fall asleep, but it undermines sleep quality and may cause you to awaken in the night. American Psychological Association, 2020, March Caldwell, et al. 2019. Yawning means you are exhausted. It likely means you are hot. Yawning appears to be related to temperature and functions to help cool the brain. According to Masson, et al. 2014, everyone needs 8 hours of sleep each night. Experts recommend that we get more than 7 hours of sleep each night. according to Watson et al. 2015, but sleep needs can range greatly from person to person. Some people do fine with 6 hours. Others genuinely need 9 to 10, according to Schoenborn et al. 2013. Losing sleep during the week is no big deal, as long as you catch up on the weekend. Sleep deprivation is associated with metabolic changes that can lead to weight gain, and weekend recovery sleep does not appear to cancel these effects, according to Depner et al. 2019. Pressing snooze is a good way to catch a few more minutes of rest. Because we need more than a few minutes of sleep to feel rested, hitting snooze is a good indication that you are not getting enough sleep, according to Oxman 2013. Sleep aids are totally safe. When taken according to prescription, sleep aids are relatively safe and effective, although they do not guarantee a normal night of sleep. That being said, research has linked some of these medications to serious health problems, according to Dikoski and Williamson 2020, and Kripke et al. 2012, as well as increased risk of sleep eating, sleep sex, and driving while not fully awake, according to U.S. Food and Drug Administration, ND, paragraph 5. Now that we have busted some sleep-related myths, you may be wondering how you can improve your nightly shut-eye. Table 4.4 presents some helpful hints. Now that we have busted some sleep-related myths, you may be wondering how you can improve your nightly shut-eye. Table 4.4 presents some helpful hints. Table 4.4, how to get a good night's sleep. To get good sleep, reasoning. Get on a schedule. The body operates according to daily cycles or circadian rhythms. Putting your body and brain on a regular schedule, going to bed and waking up at roughly the same time every day is critical. Set the stage for sleep. Turn down the lights, turn off your phone, and slip into soft pajamas. Do everything possible to create a quiet, dark, and comfortable sleeping environment. Watch your eating, drinking, and smoking. Don't eat too much before going to bed, and avoid excessive use of alcohol, caffeine, and nicotine, known as enemies of sleep, especially late in the day. Move it or lose it. Exercise on a regular basis. Do you wake up feeling groggy and unrestored? Here are a few simple measures that can improve the quality of your sleep. Information from American Academy of Sleep Medicine, 2017, 2020. Show what you know. 1. The suprachiasmatic nucleus obtains its information about day and night from A. circadian rhythms, B. beta waves, C. K complexes, D. retinal ganglion cells. The answer is D. Retinal ganglion cells. The suprachiasmatic nucleus obtains its information about day and night from retinal ganglion cells. Question number 2. Narcolepsy is a neurological disorder characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness and other sleep-related disturbances such as blank, which refers to an abrupt loss of muscle tone that occurs when a person is awake. Cataplexy. Narcolepsy is a neurological disorder characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness and other sleep-related disturbances such as cataplexy, which refers to an abrupt loss of muscle tone that occurs when a person is awake. 3. In which of the following stages of sleep do adults spend the most time at night? A. Stage 1. B. In which of the following stages of sleep do adults spend most of the time at night? A. Stage 1. A. Stage N1. B. Stage N2. C. Stage N3. D. Stage W. The answer is B. Stage N2. In which of the following stages of sleep do adults spend the most time at night? The answer is Stage N2. Question number 4. Make a drawing of the 90-minute sleep cycle. Label each stage with its associated brain waves. Drawings will vary. Refer to infographic 4.1. A normal adult sleeper begins in non-rapid eye movement sleep. Stage N1, the lightest sleep, is associated with theta waves. Stage N2 includes evidence of sleep spindles. Stage N3, or deep sleep, is associated with delta waves. The depth of sleep then decreases as the sleeper works back from stages N3 to N2. Then, instead of waking up, the sleeper enters rapid eye movement, REM. Each cycle lasts about 90 minutes, with the average adult sleeper looping through 5 cycles per night. Dreams. REM is a particularly active sleep stage characterized by brain waves that are fast and irregular. During REM, anything is possible. We can soar through the clouds, swim in molasses, and ride roller coasters with frogs. Time to explore the weird world of dreaming. Sleep, go away. Just 2 months before graduating from high school, Matt began taking a new medication that vastly improved the quality of his nighttime sleep. He also began strategic power napping, setting aside time in his schedule to go somewhere peaceful and fall asleep for 15 to 30 minutes. Powerful naps are probably the greatest thing a person with narcolepsy can do, Matt insists. The naps helped eliminate the daytime sleepiness, effectively preempting all those unplanned naps that had fragmented his days. Matt also worked diligently to create structure in his life, setting a predictable rhythm of going to bed, taking medication, going to bed again, waking up in the morning, attending class, taking a nap, and so on. Now, a college graduate and working professional, Matt manages his narcolepsy quite successfully. All of his major symptoms, the spontaneous naps, cataplexy, sleep paralysis, and hypnagogic hallucinations, have faded. Now, if I fall asleep, it's because I choose to, Matt says. Most people don't even know I have narcolepsy. Under control. After a few very challenging years, Matt developed effective strategies for managing his narcolepsy. In addition to using a medication that helps him sleep more soundly at night, Matt takes strategic power naps and sticks to a regular bedtime and wake-up schedule. When Matt goes to sleep at night, he no longer imagines people coming to murder him. In dreams, he soars through the skies like Superman, barreling into outer space to visit the planets. All my dreams are now pleasant, says Matt, and it's a lot nicer being able to fly than being stabbed by a butcher knife. Onward and upward, like Superman. What are dreams? L07 summarized theories explaining why we dream. What are dreams, and why do we have them? People have contemplated the significance of dreams for millennia, and scholars have developed many intriguing theories to explain them. Psychoanalysis and dreams. The first comprehensive theory of dreaming was developed by the founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. In 1900, Freud laid out his theory in the now classic The Interpretation of Dreams, proposing that dreams are a form of wish fulfillment, or a playing out of unconscious desires. As Freud saw it, many of the desires expressed in dreams are forbidden and would produce great anxiety in a dreamer if they were aware of them. In dreams, these desires are disguised so they can be experienced without danger of discovery. Freud believed dreams have 2 levels of content: manifest and latent. Manifest content, the apparent meaning of a dream, is the actual storyline of the dream, what you remember when you wake up. Latent content is the hidden meaning of a dream, and it can provide a window into unconscious conflicts and desires. During therapy sessions, psychoanalysts look deeper than the actual storyline of a dream, using its latent content to uncover what's occurring unconsciously. Critics of Freud's approach to dream analysis would note that it is not grounded in scientific evidence. Domhoff, 2017b. What's more, there are an infinite number of ways to interpret any dream, all of which are impossible to prove wrong. Activation synthesis model. In contrast to Freud's theory, the activation synthesis model suggests that dreams have no meaning whatsoever. Hobson and McCarley, 1977. During REM sleep, the areas of the brain that control movement are inhibited. Remember, the body is paralyzed, but sensory areas of the brain hum with a great deal of neural activity. According to the activation synthesis model, we create meaning in response to this activity, even though the sensory excitement is only random chatter among neurons. Hobson and Pace-Schott, 2002. Our creative minds make up stories to match this activity, and these stories are our dreams. During REM sleep, the brain is also trying to make sense of neural activity in the vestibular system. If the vestibular system is active while we are lying still, then the brain may interpret this as floating or flying, both common experiences reported by dreamers. Not only do we create meaning in response to the neural activity, but our recent waking experiences influence our dreams as well. Hobson, 2009, Hobson and Friston, 2012. Connections. In the Sensation and Perception chapter, we note that the vestibular system helps the body maintain balance as it deals with the effects of gravity, movement, and position. If there is activity in the neural networks that process vestibular information during sleep, the brain may interpret this as movement, sensations normally felt during times of wakefulness. REM, awake. Extended description for dreaming brain. Dreaming brain. PET scans reveal the high levels of brain activity during REM sleep, which is the picture on the left, and wakefulness, which is the picture on the right. During REM, the brain is abuzz with excitement. This is especially true of the sensory areas. According to the activation synthesis model, dreams may result when the brain tries to make sense of all this neural activity. Neurocognitive theory of dreams. The neurocognitive theory of dreams proposes there is a high degree of similarity between thinking when we are awake and the cognitive activity of dreaming. In fact, most dream content resembles waking thought in terms of personal concerns and how we view ourselves and others. Domhoff, 2017a, stated differently. Both of these states, being awake and dreaming, are dealing with the same psychological issues to a large extent. Domhoff, 2001, page 26. According to the neurocognitive theory, there is a network of neurons essential for dreaming, and perhaps daydreaming too, in areas of the limbic system and forebrain. Domhoff, 2001, Domhoff and Fox, 2015. People with damage to these brain areas either do not have dreams or their dreams are atypical. They lack visual imagery, for example. This finding provides support for the neurocognitive theory of dreams. Another line of supporting evidence comes from studies of children. Before about 13 to 15 years of age, children report dreams that are less vivid and story-oriented than those of adults. Certain brain developments must occur before a child experiences the cognitive activities that allow them to dream like an adult. Unlike Freud, who proposed that the content of dreams has special meaning, neurocognitive theories suggest that dreams result from the same type of cognition we experience when awake. In fact, dreams may be a byproduct or evolution. Over time, the human brain has evolved increasingly sophisticated cognitive abilities, and dreams are just a consequence of that process. Domhoff, 2018. Dreams may also result from another cognitive process, memory consolidation. Studies suggest that sleep facilitates the formation of memories. Mercar, et al., 2014. Put your heads together. Team up and discuss the 3 theories of dreaming. Now consider the following dream. You walk outside and spot a UFO in the sky. Suddenly, it shoots out an eerie green light and starts to beam you up. Explain this dream using one of the 3 theories. Write down your responses. Dream a little dream. Most dreams feature ordinary, everyday scenarios like driving a car or sitting in class. The content of dreams tends to be repetitive and is frequently in line with our activities, emotions, and thoughts during wakeful hours. Life experiences that get incorporated into our dreams tend to be emotional. Malinowski and Horton, 2014. The content of dreams is relatively consistent across cultures. For example, dreams about teachers, school, flying, being chased, sexual experiences, and eating delicious foods were the most frequent themes for both Chinese and German participants across dream studies. Mathis, et al., 2014, U, 2015. Dreams are more likely to include sad events than happy ones, and contrary to popular assumption, less than 12% of dream time is devoted to sexual activity. Yu and Fu, 2011. Have you ever noticed that dreams are different when you have a fever? To pinpoint these differences, researchers asked people to fill out a survey about their recent dreams. The participants described fewer dreams as being more bizarre and negative than ordinary dreams, and more likely to include themes of health and temperature. Schredel and Erlacher, 2020. Some people believe they don't dream at all, but they probably just don't remember their dreams. Typically, the ability to recall dreams is dependent on the length of time since they occurred. For example, you are more likely to recall a dream if someone wakes you up during the dream as opposed to asking you to remember it hours later. The average person starts dreaming about 90 minutes into sleep and then goes on to have about 4 to 6 dreams during the night. The total time dreaming is about 1 to 2 hours per night. An interesting feature of dreams is that they happen in real time. In one early study investigating this phenomenon, researchers roused a small number of sleepers after they had been in a 5-minute REM cycle and again after a 15-minute REM cycle, asking them how long they had been dreaming, 5 or 15 minutes. 80% of the participants gave the right answer. Dement and Kleitman, 1957. Have you ever realized that you are in the middle of a dream? A lucid dream is one that you are aware of having, and research suggests that about half of us have had one, according to Gackenbach and LeBerg, 1988. There are 2 parts to a lucid dream, the dream itself and the awareness that you are dreaming. This awareness seems to have different triggers, including intense emotions, feeling frightened by the dream, for example, and the realization that what's happening is abnormal or dreamlike. This doesn't make sense, or this just feels like a dream. Adams and Burke, 2020. Some suggest lucid dreaming is actually a way to direct the content of dreams. Gavi and Revansuo, 2010. but this is a potentially contentious claim because dreams cannot be experienced by an outsider, making them challenging to verify objectively. LeBerge, 2014. However, researchers have had some recent success inducing lucid dreaming in a lab setting, according to Carr et al. 2023. Fantastical, funny, or frightening, dreams are a distinct state of consciousness, a fluid, ever-changing entity. Now it's time to explore how consciousness transforms when chemicals are introduced into our bodies or when we undergo hypnosis. On the altered states. Show what you know. Question 1. According to the blank, dreams have no meaning whatsoever. Instead, the brain is responding to random neural activity as if it has meaning. Is the answer A, psychoanalytic perspective, B, neurocognitive theory, C, activation synthesis model, or D, evolutionary perspective? The answer is C, activation synthesis model. According to the activation synthesis model, dreams have no meaning whatsoever. Instead, the brain is responding to random neural activity as if it has meaning. Question number 2. Freud believed dreams have two levels. The blank refers to the apparent meaning of the dream, whereas the blank refers to its hidden meaning. The answer is manifest content and latent content. Freud believed dreams have two levels. The manifest content refers to the apparent meaning of the dream, whereas the latent content refers to its hidden meaning. Question number 3. What occurs in the brain when you dream? Electroencephalogram EEG and PET scan technologies can demonstrate neural activity of the sleeping brain. During REM sleep, the motor areas of the brain are inhibited, but a great deal of neural activity is occurring in the sensory areas of the brain. The activation synthesis model suggests dreams result when the brain responds to this random neural activity as if it has meaning. The creative human mind makes up stories to match the neural activity. The vestibular system is also active during REM sleep, resulting in sensations of floating or flying. The neurocognitive theory of dreams proposes that a network of neurons in the brain, including some areas in the limbic system and forebrain, is necessary for dreaming to occur. What are altered states? Under the knife, you wake in the morning with a dull pain around your belly button. By the time you get to your 10 a.m. class, the pain is sharper and has migrated to your lower right abdomen. So you head to the local emergency room. Doctors diagnose you with appendicitis, an inflammation of the appendix, often caused by infection and potentially fatal if allowed to progress too far. You need an emergency operation to remove your appendix. You've never had surgery, and the prospect of going under is making you very nervous. I hate needles. Do I have to have an IV? What if I wake up in excruciating pain? What if I never wake up? Dr. Chander, introduced at the start of the chapter, is your anesthesiologist. She is there to keep you safe and comfortable throughout the process. She also may be able to ease your anxiety by connecting with you on a human level. The most important thing, in addition to assessing what their surgical and anesthetic risk is to form that quick bond and rapport with that patient. Dr. Chander explains, if you're an anesthesiologist that can really connect to humans, you can really make a difference in someone's life. She adds, I think you can impact their entire healing process by taking away a lot of their fear in the beginning. Going under. Dr. Chander uses various drugs to lull her surgical patients into a deeper than sleep state. She may administer a gas such as nitrous oxide or a volatile liquid such as sevoflurane through a mask, as demonstrated here. In other instances, she delivers drugs through injection. After taking notes on your medical history and examining your heart, lungs, and airways, Dr. Chander explains the procedure you are about to undergo. When you're ready, she starts an IV, delivering a drug such as Versed midazolam to ease your anxiety and interfere with your ability to form new memories for the next 20 minutes or so. Why the need for this temporary memory block? The moments before surgery are terrifying. Some patients tremble and cry in anticipation, but everyone is different. A small number of Dr. Chander's patients refuse the Versed because they want to remember their pre-surgery experience. The Versed kicks in, you start to feel relaxed and sleepy, and before you know it, you're in the operating room, hooked up to all sorts of tubes and monitors. Dr. Chander lulls you into unconsciousness with a drug called propofol and blunts your perception of pain with a powerful narcotic such as fentanyl. She also paralyzes your muscles with drugs such as rocuronium or vicronium, whose effects are readily reversible. These drugs are modern derivatives of Curare, an arrowhead poison used by South American natives. Curare works by blocking the activity of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, which stimulates muscle contractions in the body. But Curare does not cross into the brain, and therefore it does not have the power to transport you to another level of consciousness. According to Cesarnowski, ETAL 2007. Connections. In the Biology and Behavior chapter, we describe neurotransmitters and their role in the nervous system. Acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that relays messages from motor neurons to muscles, enabling movement. Here we learn how drugs can block the normal activity of acetylcholine, causing the paralysis that is useful during surgery. A few minutes ago, you were awake, sensing, perceiving, thinking, and talking. Now you see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing. It's like you are gone. The anesthetics Dr. Chander used to produce these effects are called psychoactive. The anesthetics Dr. Chander used to produce these effects are called psychoactive drugs. Psychoactive drugs. From caffeine to heroin, LO8 defines psychoactive drugs. Psychoactive drugs cause changes in psychological activities such as sensation, perception, attention, judgment, memory, self-control, emotion, thinking, and behavior, all of which are associated with our conscious experiences. You don't have to visit a hospital to have a psychoactive drug experience. Mind-altering drugs are everywhere, in the coffee shop around the corner, at the liquor store down the street, and probably in your own kitchen. About 90% of U.S. adults ingest caffeine through coffee, tea, and other products, mostly in the morning when they tend to be less alert. Lieberman ETAL 2019. Trailing close behind caffeine are alcohol, found in beer, wine, and liquor, and nicotine in cigarettes, e-cigarettes, and other tobacco products, two substances that present serious health risks. Another huge category of psychoactive drugs is prescription medications, drugs for pain, relief, depression, insomnia, and just about any ailment you can imagine. Don't forget the illicit or illegal drugs like LSD or ecstasy. 13% of Americans aged 12 and older report having used illegal drugs within the past month. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA 2020. It's important to note that both legal and illegal drugs can be misused. Later in the chapter, we will discuss substance use disorder, the continued use of a drug despite significant problems associated with cognitive, behavioral, and psychological symptoms. American Psychiatric Association 2022, page 546. Psychoactive drugs alter consciousness in an untold number of ways. They can rev you up, slow you down, reduce your inhibitions, and convince you that the universe is on the verge of collapse. We will discuss the three major categories of psychoactive drugs: depressants, stimulants, and hallucinogens, but keep in mind that some drugs fall into more than one group. Depressants. LO9, identify several depressants and stimulants and know their effects. In the operating room, Dr. Chander relies heavily on a group of psychoactive drugs that suppress certain kinds of activity in the central nervous system, CNS, or slow things down. They are known as a sedative, hypnotics, or more broadly, depressants. In the example above, you learn how she used Versed to ease anxiety. Versed is a benzodiazepine, a type of depressant that has a calming, sleep-inducing effect. Other examples of benzodiazepines are Valium, diazepam, and Xanax alprazolam. Used to treat anxiety disorders. There is a substantial problem with benzodiazepine misuse in the United States because but because so much attention has been focused on the opioid epidemic, soon to be discussed, this problem has been somewhat ignored, according to Lemke ETAL 2018. To warn the public about the danger for abuse, addiction, and other adverse effects, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, had issued a black box warning for prescription benzodiazepines, according to U.S. FDA 2020. The date rape drug rahipinol, flunitrazepam, also known as Roofies, is a benzodiazepine legally manufactured in other countries but not approved in the United States. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA 2028. Sex predators have been known to slip rahipinol pills rohypnol pills, which are flavorless and sometimes colorless, into their victims' alcoholic drinks, a potentially deadly combination. Rohypnol can cause confusion, amnesia, physical weakness, and sometimes loss of consciousness, preventing victims from defending themselves or remembering the details of a sexual assault. DEA 2020A. Barbiturates. Once a patient is in the operating room and ready for surgery, Dr. Chander puts them to sleep, a process called induction. In the past, anesthesiologists might have induced patients with a type of depressant called a barbiturate. Which has a calming or sleep-inducing effect. In low doses, barbiturates cause many of the same effects as alcohol, relaxation, emotional depression, or alternatively, aggression, according to Julian ETAL 2023. And they have become popular among recreational users, but these substances are addictive and extremely dangerous when taken in excess or mixed with other drugs. If barbiturates are taken with alcohol, for example, the muscles of the diaphragm may relax to the point of suffocation. If barbiturates are taken with alcohol, for example, the muscles of the diaphragm may relax to the point of suffocation. Infographic 4.2. The dangers of drug in combination. Taking multiple drugs simultaneously can have unintended and potentially fatal consequences because of how they work in the brain. Drugs can modify neurotransmission by increasing or decreasing the chemical activity. When two drugs work on the same system, their effects can be additive. When two drugs work on the same system, their effects can be addictive. When two drugs work on the same system, their effect can be additive, greatly increasing the risk of overdose. For example, alcohol and barbiturates both bind to GAB receptors. For example, alcohol and barbiturates both bind to GABA receptors. GABA's inhibitory action has a sedating effect, which is a good thing when you need to relax. But too much GABA will relax psychological processes to the point where unconsciousness, life-sustaining activities shut down, causing you to stop breathing and die. In the United States, alcohol use leads to nearly 5 million emergency room visits per year. Combined use of alcohol and other drugs is more likely to result in hospital admissions, according to White et al. 2018. Normal GABA activity, alcohol plus barbiturate. Normal GABA activity, GABA, alcohol, barbiturate. Action potential, sending neuron, GABA receptor, receiving neuron, GABA message communicated. GABA activation, which calms nervous system activity, is essential for proper functioning of the central nervous system. Without GABA, nerve cells fire too frequently. Excitation plus inhibitory minus. When systems are functioning normally, GABA's inhibitory signals perfectly balance excitatory signals in the central nervous system, CNS. This results in regular breathing and heart rate. Alcohol. Alcohol activates the same receptors, increasing GABA's activity. Excitatory plus, inhibitory minus. When alcohol increases GABA's inhibitory signals, excitatory and inhibitory signals in the CNS are out of balance. Along with increased relaxation, heart and breathing rates decrease. Increasing levels of alcohol could eventually lead to stupor and coma. Alcohol plus barbiturate. Barbiturates bind to and activate GABA receptors to creating even more GABA-related inhibition. Excitatory plus, inhibitory minus. Together, alcohol and barbiturates further unbalance excitatory and inhibitory signals, suppressing heart rate and the impulse to breathe. Extended description for infographic 4.2, the dangers of drugs in combination. Opioids. Putting a patient to sleep is not enough to prepare them for a major surgery. They also need drugs that combat pain. Even when a patient is out cold on the operating table, the brain receives pain impulses, and pain during surgery can lead to greater pain during recovery. When the surgeon is cutting, it causes trauma to the body, whether or not you're consciously perceiving it, explains Dr. Chander. If you don't block pain receptors up front, you could have significant pain afterwards, sometimes lasting well beyond the period of healing from the surgery. We call this conversion from acute to chronic pain. With this in mind, Dr. Chander may use an opioid, a drug that minimizes the brain's perception of pain, induces drowsiness and euphoria, and slows breathing. Julian et al. 2023. Opioid is an umbrella term for a large group of similarly acting drugs, some found in nature and others synthesized by humans. There are two types of naturally occurring opioids: endorphins produced by your body and opiates found in the opium poppy. Morphine, which is derived from the opium poppy, is used to alleviate pain in medical settings. It also serves as the raw material for making heroin, which enters the brain more quickly and has 3 times the strength. Julian et al. 2023. Human-made opioids include methadone, fentanyl, and other drugs used in medical settings. There are also a host of illegally made opioids, many of which are chemical variations of fentanyl, according to DEA 2020b. Think critically. The U.S. opioid epidemic, on an average day in the United States, approximately 200 people. On the average day, In the United States, approximately 290 people die from drug overdoses, and most of these cases involve opioids. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, 2023, August 22. To put this in perspective, more Americans are dying from drug overdoses than firearms and car accidents combined. CDC 2022, January 24th. The opioid epidemic is one of the worst public health disasters affecting the USA and Canada. The Lancet Public Health 2022, page E195. The crisis has been magnified by the misuse of fentanyl, a powerful anesthetic drug that should be administered only in a medical setting. When fentanyl is illegally manufactured and packaged with other drugs like heroin and cocaine, its effects can be deadly. According to Scholl et al. 2019, what can be done to stem the disaster? First, healthcare professionals need to be extremely careful about prescribing opioids. For their part, patients should think carefully when it comes to using these potentially addictive painkillers. The medical community has already taken steps to curb unnecessary prescriptions and provide patients in need with naloxone, a drug that acts as an opioid antagonist and may prevent fatal overdoses. American Medical Association, AMA, 2018. There has also been a push for increasing access to buprenorphine, a drug used to treat opioid dependence through barriers remain, according to H.L. Cooper, ETAL 2020, and Wakeman and Barnett 2018. Children learn to reverse overdoses. Opioid overdoses are so common in some parts of the United States that children beginning at age 6 are being taught how to deliver the life-saving drug Narcan. After taking a class at their local library, these children in Elizabethton, Tennessee, will go home with 2 doses of Narcan and an understanding of how to use it, according to Levin, 2020. At the community level, people need to understand that opioid abuse can signal a medical problem that needs treatment. It is not a sign of personal weakness or failure. As leading scientists write, addiction is a brain disorder and, as such, should be considered as treatable like any other medical condition. According to Volko, ETAL 2021, page 200. According to Volko, ETAL 2021, page 2230. Finally, we all need to be on heightened alert for signs of trouble. Figure 4.3. Do you know what an opioid overdose looks like? If you have the slightest suspicion that someone is suffering from a drug overdose, call 911 immediately. Look for 3 signs in particular. 1. Pinpoint pupils, unusually small pupils. 2. Unconsciousness. And 3. Difficulty breathing, according to World Health Organization, 2020. Olivia, hi, do you know how to get help for an opioid or other drug problem? Yes, call this number, 1-800-662-HELP, 4357. Help is available 24/7 through the National Help. Help is available 24/7 through the National Health Helpline. Thank you. You can find a nearby treatment facility through SAMHSA's Behavioral Health Treatment Services locator. Find treatment.gov. Praying hands emoji. Extended description for figure 4.3. You might save a life. Figure 4.3. You might save a life. Alcohol, the most commonly used depressant. We end our coverage of depressants with alcohol, which, like other drugs in its class, has played a central role in the history of anesthesia. The ancient Greek doctor Dioscorides gave his surgical patients a special concoction of wine and mandrake plants, according to Keyes 1945. And 19th century Europeans used an alcohol-opium mixture called laudanum for anesthetic purposes, according to Barash et al. 2009. These days, you won't find anesthesiologists knocking out patients with alcohol, but you will encounter plenty of people intoxicating themselves. Binge drinking. Alcohol is the most commonly used depressant in the United States. About 18% of adults report binge drinking, consuming 4 or more drinks for women and 5 or more for men on one occasion. In the last 30 days, in recent years, binge drinkers have become more extreme, consuming larger amounts of alcohol as time goes by, according to Canny et al. 2020. Among U.S. college students, excessive drinking is associated with misused classes, lower grades, sexual assault, and injuries. SAMHSA 2021. Think getting wasted is sexy? Consider this. Too much alcohol impairs sexual performance, particularly for men who may have trouble obtaining Too much alcohol impairs sexual performance, particularly for men who may have trouble obtaining and sustaining an erection. You don't have to binge drink to have an alcohol problem. Some people cannot get through the day without a midday drink. Others need alcohol to unwind or fall asleep. The point is, there are many forms of alcohol misuse. About 29% of the adult population in the United States have met the criteria for alcohol use disorder at some point in their life. American Psychiatric Association 2022. Drinking through the pandemic. Alcohol sales increased significantly at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, a concerning trend given that the alcohol tends to weaken the immune system, making people less able to fight off the coronavirus and other pathogens, according to Macmillan 2020. Alcohol and the body. Let's stop for a minute and examine how alcohol influences consciousness, figure 4.4. People sometimes say they feel high when they drink. How can such a statement be true when alcohol is a depressant, a drug that slows down activity in the central nervous system? Alcohol boosts the activity of GABA, a neurotransmitter that dampens activity in certain neural networks, including those that regulate social inhibition, a type of self-restraint that keeps you from doing things you will regret the next morning. This release of social inhibition can lead to feelings of euphoria. Drinking affects other conscious processes, such as reaction time, balance, attention span, memory, speech, and involuntary life-sustaining activities like breathing, according to Howland et al. 2010, McKinney and Coyle 2006. Drink enough and these vital functions will shut down entirely, leading to coma and even death. Infographic 4.2. BAC percent blood alcohol concentration percent. Effects: relaxation, some loss of judgment, reduced coordination, impaired judgment, release of inhibition, poor muscle coordination, impaired judgment, self-control, reasoning, and memory, drunk driving limit. Slurred speech, clear deterioration of reaction time and control, major loss of balance, vomiting may occur, loss of consciousness may occur, alcohol poisoning, comatose, death may occur. Extended description for figure 4.4 blood alcohol concentration, BAC. Figure 4.4 blood alcohol concentration, BAC, The effects of one drink, a 12-ounce bottle of beer, 4-ounce glass of wine, or 1-ounce shot of hard liquor, vary depending on a person's weight, ethnicity, gender, and other factors. Across most of the United States, a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08 is the legal limit for driving, but even at lower levels, our coordination and focus may be impaired. Information from CDC 2020, August 24th, University of Notre Dame, ND. The female body is less efficient at breaking down metabolizing alcohol. Women achieve higher blood alcohol levels and thus a significantly stronger buzz than men who have consumed alcohol amounts. Why? Some research suggests that men have more of an alcohol metabolizing enzyme in their stomachs, which means they start to break down alcohol almost immediately after ingestion. Barona, ETAL 2001. However, it is still not entirely clear why men and women metabolize alcohol differently. It may be related to hormonal differences. Iral and Karfiak, 2015. Didn't see that coming. See that woman holding a beer? There is another way in which men and women differ with respect to alcohol, and that is in others' perceptions of them. In one study, researchers asked participants to describe the characteristics of men and women in photos. Some of the photos showed people holding beers, while others showed them holding water bottles. When looking at a woman with a beer in hand, both male and female participants were more likely to dehumanize her, according to Reamer, ETAL 2019. That is, view her more like an animal, machine, or something other than human, according to Haslam, 2006. Meanwhile, the presence of alcohol compared to water had no impact on dehumanization of women. Meanwhile, the presence of alcohol compared to water had no impact on dehumanization of men. Reamer, ETAL 2019, page 617. Why were beer-toting females dehumanized? Participants seemed to think that alcohol-drinking women were more sexually disinhibited or relaxed about sex. Reamer, ETAL 2019. We know that alcohol induces changes in consciousness, but obviously such changes do not make people less human. How can we make sense of such findings? Here's to your health. Light alcohol consumption by adults, 1 to 2 drinks a day, has been linked to better cardiovascular health, but correlation does not prove causation. People who have a glass or two of red wine with dinner may also be eating heart-healthy foods, according to American Heart Association News 2019. Could dietary factors be a third variable influencing heart health? While the health effects of moderate drinking are still under investigation, excessive drinking has been linked to a host of medical problems. Overuse of alcohol can lead to malnourishment, cirrhosis of the liver, and Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, whose symptoms include confusion and memory problems. Heavy alcohol use has also been linked to heart disease, various types of cancer, tens of thousands of yearly traffic deaths, and fetal alcohol syndrome in children whose mothers drank during pregnancy. In 2020, alcohol was implicated in nearly 100,000 deaths among people 16 and older, according to White, ETAL 2022. Look at the overall impact of alcohol consumption across the world. The risk outweighs the benefits. REM, ETAL 2016. Review the warning signs of problematic drinking presented in Figure 4.5. Warning signs of problematic drinking: having friends or relatives express concern, being annoyed when people criticize your drinking behavior, feeling guilty about your drinking behavior, thinking you should drink less, but being unable to do so, needing a morning drink as an eye-opener or to relieve a hangover, not fulfilling responsibilities at work, home, or school because of drinking, engaging in dangerous behavior like driving under the influence, having legal or social problems due to drinking. Extended description for Figure 4.5 Warning signs of problematic drinking. Figure 4.5 Warning signs of problematic drinking. The presence of one or more warning signs listed above could indicate a developing problem with alcohol. Information from APA 2018, National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, ND, Notre Dame. Stimulants. Not all drugs used in anesthesia are depressants. Not all drugs used in anesthesia are depressants. Did you know that some doctors use cocaine as a local anesthetic for nose and throat surgeries? According to Dwyer, ETAL 2016, cocaine is a stimulant, a drug that increases neural activity in the sympathetic nervous system, producing heightened alertness, energy, elevated mood, and other effects. Julian, ETAL 2023. When applied topically, cocaine blocks sensation in the peripheral nerves and thereby numbs the area. Cocaine is illegal in the United States and most other countries, but it has been a popular recreational drug for many decades. Depending on the form in which it is prepared, powder, rocks, and so on, it can be snorted, injected, or smoked. The sense of energy, euphoria, and other alterations of consciousness that cocaine induces after entering the bloodstream and infiltrating the brain lasts anywhere from a few minutes to an hour, depending on how it is delivered. Cocaine produces a rush of enjoyment and excitement by amplifying the effects of the neurotransmitter dopamine. This high comes at a steep price. People who use cocaine risk having a seizure, stroke, or heart attack, according to National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA, 2021, April. It is also extremely addictive. Many users take increasingly higher doses, developing a physical need for the drug and increasing their risk for anxiety, insomnia, schizophrenia, like psychosis, and other effects. Julian, ETAL 2023. History of coca. A man in Peru chews coca leaves, which contain less than 1% cocaine. For thousands of years, people in South America's Andean regions have been chewing coca leaves to increase energy, reduce hunger, and fight altitude sickness. According to Morales Ama, 2009. In the late 1850s, a German chemist named Albert Niemann extracted an active part of the coca leaf and dubbed it cocaine. According to Julian, ETAL 2023, and Keyes 1945. Within a few decades, doctors were using cocaine for anesthesia. Sigmund Freud was giving it to patients and himself, and Coca-Cola was putting it in soda, according to Keyes 1945 and Musto 1991. Cocaine use grew rampant in the 1980s. That was the decade crack, an ultra-potent and ultra-cheap crystalline form of cocaine, began to ravage America's urban areas. Although cocaine is still a major problem, another stimulant, methamphetamine, has come to rival it. Amphetamines. Methamphetamine belongs to a family of stimulants called the amphetamines. In the 1930s and 1940s, doctors used amphetamines to treat medical conditions as diverse as excessive hiccups and hypotension, unusually low blood pressure. Julian, ETAL 2023. During World War II, soldiers and factory workers used methamphetamine to increase energy and boost performance. Lineberry and Bostwick, 2006. Non-prescription use of methamphetamine is illegal. but people have learned how to brew this drug in their own laboratories, using ingredients from ordinary household products such as drain cleaner, battery acid, and over-the-counter cough medicines. Cooking meth is a dangerous enterprise. The flammable ingredients combined with the reckless mentality of tweaking cookers make for toxic fumes and accidental explosions. Lineberry and Bostwick, 2006. Melnikova ETAL, 2011. Methamphetamine stimulates the release of the neurotransmitter dopamine, causing a surge in energy and alertness similar to a cocaine high. Users often binge and crash repeatedly after the high has worn off. NIDA 2019 May. This drug has toxic effects on the brain, damaging the frontal lobes and other areas. Irregular neural activity may help explain some of the attentional problems observed in meth users. Chen ETAL 2020. Chronic meth use causes harm at the neural level. Chronic meth use causes harm at the neuronal level. This damage is greater and more widespread in the brains of teenagers and has been linked to cognitive problems. Leo ETAL 2015. Other consequences of meth use include severe weight loss, tooth decay, meth mouth, frequent skin scratching causing skin lesions, paranoia, and violent behavior. NIDA 2019 May. This is your face on meth. Are you shocked by this dramatic physical information? Are you shocked by this dramatic physical transformation? Methamphetamine ravages the body, the brain, and one's overall appearance. Imagine experiencing horrific tactile hallucinations that cause you to believe bugs have invaded your skin and are crawling underneath it, and that in response you tear your skin to the bone in order to kill them. Caffeine. Most people have not experimented with illegal stimulants like cocaine and meth, but many are regular users of caffeine. We usually associate caffeine with beverages like coffee, but this pick-me-up drug also lurks in places you wouldn't expect, such as over-the-counter cough medicines, chocolate, and energy bars. Caffeine acts as an antagonist of adenosine, a neurotransmitter that normally exerts a calming effect by blocking the activity of other neurotransmitters. McClellan ETAL 2016. Caffeine resembles adenosine enough that it can dock onto the same receptors, posing as adenosine. With caffeine occupying its receptors, adenosine can no longer exert its calming, sleeping-inducing effect. Julian ETAL 2023, Clark and Landolt 2017. Thus, caffeine makes you feel physically and mentally weird. Wired. Moderate caffeine use, up to 4 cups of coffee per day, has been associated with increased alertness, enhanced recall ability, elevated mood, and greater endurance during physical exercise. McClellan ETAL 2016. Some studies have also linked moderate long-term consumption with lower rates of depression and suicide, and reduced cognitive decline with aging. Lara 2010, Rosso ETAL 2008. But just because researchers find a link between caffeine and positive health outcomes, we should not necessarily conclude that caffeine is responsible for it. We need to remember that correlation does not prove causation. What's more, too much caffeine can make your heart race, your hands tremble, and your mood turn irritable. It takes several hours for your body to metabolize caffeine, so a late afternoon mocha latte may still be present in your system as you lie in bed at midnight, counting sheep with no luck. Research Connections, in Chapter 1, we emphasized that correlation does not prove causation. Here we need to be cautious about making too strong a statement about coffee causing positive Here we need to be cautious about making too strong a statement about coffee causing positive health outcomes, because third variables could be driving both increased caffeine consumption and better health. One final note of warning: be wary of energy drinks, some of which contain 3 times as much caffeine as soda. Marcinski, ETAL 2017. Although they might help you get through a long night of studying, the high level of caffeine, sugar, and other stimulants can lead to a variety of problems like rapid heartbeat, insomnia, increased blood pressure, and even death. Kim and Denali, 2017, page 898. Perhaps even more concerning is the combination of alcohol and energy drinks, particularly when driving is involved. People who consume beverages containing both alcohol and energy drinks are more likely to think they are sufficiently sober to drive than those who drink the same amount of alcohol without the mixer. This bears repeating. Alcohol consumers should be warned that the use of energy drink mixers with alcohol could lead to a false sense of security in one's ability to drive after drinking. Marcinski, ETAL 2018, page 147. Tobacco. What do you think is the leading cause of preventable death among people in the United States? CDC 2023, May 4th, paragraph 1. Is it HIV, illegal drugs, traffic accidents, firearms, or none of the above? Is it HIV, illegal drugs, traffic accidents, firearms? None of the above. In the United States, tobacco causes more deaths than any of these other factors combined, a total of 480,000 each year. CDC 2017-2023, May 4th. This is because smoking is associated with a variety of ailments, including cancer, many types, not just lung cancer, heart disease, stroke, lung disease, and others you might not expect, such as kidney failure. Carter, ETAL 2015. Despite the narrowing statistics, about 12% of adults in the United States continue to light up. CDC 2023, May 4th. They say it makes them feel relaxed, yet more alert, less hungry, and more tolerant of pain. And those who try to kick the habit find it exceedingly difficult. Cigarettes and other tobacco products contain a highly addictive stimulant called nicotine, which sparks the release of epinephrine and norepinephrine. Nicotine use appears to be associated with activity in the same brain area activated by cocaine, another drug that is extremely difficult to give up. Pitch ETAL 1997, Zhang ETAL 2012. Around 90% of quitters relapse within 6 months. Nanamaker ETAL 2011, suggesting that relapse is a normal experience when quitting, not a sign of failure. Smoking is not just a problem for the smoker, it is a problem for spouses, children, friends, and anyone who is exposed to the secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke is particularly dangerous for children. Secondhand smoke is particularly dangerous for children whose developing tissues are highly vulnerable. Human Development chapter. By smoking, parents increase their children's risk for sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, respiratory infections, asthma, and ear infections. CDC 2022, November 1st. Every year in the United States, 7,300 non-smokers die of lung cancer and 34,000 die of heart disease, all the result of secondhand smoke, According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2022, November 1st, there is no safe level of exposure. Paragraph 4. Use of traditional cigarettes has recently decreased among teens, while electronic nicotine delivery systems, such as e-cigarettes, vape pens, and pod mods, have gained popularity. Barrington, Trimis, and Leventhal, 2018, U.S. FDA, 2022, March 8th. In addition to delivering a whopping dose of nicotine more than traditional cigarettes, many of these products are infused with potentially hazardous chemicals. Barrington, Trimis, and Leventhal, 2018. Electronic nicotine delivery systems like e-cigarettes might be appropriate for adults who are trying to quit traditional cigarettes. Eisenberg, ETAL, 2020. However, vaping carries many risks. In addition to serving as a gateway to regular smoking, vaping has been linked to serious and sometimes fatal lung disease in thousands of people. NIDA 2020, January, figure 4.6. Any tobacco product, high school. E-cigarettes, high school. Any tobacco product, middle school. E-cigarettes, middle school. Percentage of students. Extended description for figure 4.6, the rise of vaping. Figure 4.6, the rise of vaping. In 2011, nicotine vaping had a near zero prevalence among adolescents. Meach, ETAL 2019, page 192. This graph shows how the use of various tobacco products has changed among middle and high school students since 2011. Note the increasing use of e-cigarettes among high school students. Information from Cullen, ETAL 2018, Jensky, ETAL 2022, Park Lee, ETAL 2022, Wang, ETAL 2019. Hallucinogens, club drugs, and marijuana. LO10 discuss how hallucinogens alter consciousness. We have learned how various depressants and stimulants are used in anesthesia. Believe it or not, there is also a place for hallucinogens, drugs that produce hallucinations, sights, sounds, odors, or other sensations of things that are not actually present, altered moods, and distorted perception and thought. Phencyclidine, PCP, or angel dust, and ketamine, special K, were developed to block pain in surgical patients during the 1950s and 1960s. Julian, ETAL 2023. PCP is highly addictive and extremely dangerous because users cannot feel normal pain signals. They run the risk of unintentionally harming or killing themselves. Long-term use can lead to depression and memory impairment. Doctors stopped giving PCP to patients long ago. Its effect was just too erratic. Ketamine, on the other hand, continues to be used in hospitals across the country, unlike many of the depressants used in anesthesia, which can reduce respiratory drive to the point of death, hence the need for the breathing tube and ventilator. Ketamine causes less Unlike many of the depressants used in anesthesia, which can reduce respiratory drive to the point of death, hence the need for the breathing tube and ventilator, ketamine causes less interference with breathing and respiratory reflexes. Ketamine is an amazing drug for preventing pain. Dr. Chander says it's great to use in trauma. You can give it in the muscle, especially if somebody can't start an IV, and help them go to sleep that way, she adds. But used in medicinal ways or even for recreational purposes, it can have long-lasting effects, much like LSD, a structurally analogous drug, which can cause later flashbacks. Ketamine can in fact induce lasting plastic changes in the brain. Some of these changes can be positive. Interestingly, researchers are finding that ketamine may contribute antidepressant effects through different brain networks than the ones that provide analgesia, pain relief. The drug is being investigated further for this. LSD, the most well-known hallucinogen, is probably lysergic acid diethylamide. LSD, lysergic acid diethylamide, the odorless, tasteless, and colorless substance that produces extreme changes in sensation and perception. People using LSD may report seeing wild colors and visions of spirals and other geometric forms. Some experience a crossover of sensations such as tasting, sound, or hearing colors. Emotions run wild and bleed into one another. A person tripping can quickly flip between depression and joy, excitement and terror. Julian ETAL 2023. Trapped on this sensory and emotional roller coaster, some people panic and injure themselves. Others believe that LSD opens their minds, offers new insights, and expands their consciousness. The outcome of a trip depends a great deal on the environment and the people who are there. The popularity of LSD increased between 2015 and 2018, perhaps because users were attempting to find relief from depression, anxiety, and general stress over the state of the world. Newer 2020, paragraph 1. Still, use of this drug remains rare, with less than 1% of U.S. adults reporting they have tripped in the past year. Newer 2020. Long-term use of LSD may be associated with depression and other psychological problems, including flashbacks that can occur weeks, months, or years after taking the drug. These flashbacks may be triggered by fatigue, stress, and illness. Center for Addiction and Mental Health, 2010. Friedman, 2017. LSD sheets, lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD, usually taken by mouth, administered through candy, sugar cubes, or blotter sheets like the one pictured here. MDMA, in addition to the traditional hallucinogens, there are quite a few club drugs or synthetic designer drugs. Among the most popular is methylene diacetylamphetamine, MDMA, methylene dioxymethamphetamine, commonly known as ecstasy. Ecstasy produces a combination of stimulant and hallucinogenic effects. NIDA 2020, A. June. A trip might bring on feelings of euphoria, love, openness, heightened energy, and floating sensations. This drug also seems to have unusual sociability enhancing effects, meaning it seems to increase behaviors that benefit others. Some researchers have explored the potential therapeutic use of MDMA for people dealing with trauma. Kamilar, Britt, and Bidai, 2015. But ecstasy can also cause a host of troubling changes in the body and brain, including nausea, lockjaw, blurred vision, and heightened anxiety. If taken in large amounts, this drug can cause a dangerous increase in body temperature that can lead to organ failure and, in some cases, even death. NIDA 2020, June. Ecstasy triggers a sudden general unloading of serotonin in the brain, after which serotonin activity is temporarily depleted until its levels are restored. Klugman and Gruzelier, 2003. Roberts et al. 2016. Studies of animals have shown that even short-term exposure to MDMA can result in long-term, perhaps even permanent damage to the brain's serotonin pathways, and there is evidence that a similar type of damage affecting reuptake from the synapse and storage of serotonin occurs in humans as well as studies of animals have shown that even short-term exposure to MDMA can result in long-term, perhaps even permanent, damage to the brain's serotonin pathways, and there is evidence that a similar type of drug affecting reuptake from the synapse and storage of serotonin occurs in humans as well. Campbell and Rossner, 2008, Renneman, et al., 2001. Even light to moderate ecstasy use may handicap the brain's memory system, and heavy use may impair higher level cortical functions, such as planning for the future and shifting attention. Klugman and Gruzelier, 2003, Parrott, 2015, Roberts et al. 2016. Studies also suggest that ecstasy users are more likely to experience symptoms of depression. Galat, 2007, Parrott, 2015. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we report that serotonin is critical for the regulation of mood, appetite, aggression, and automatic behaviors like sleep. Here, we learn how the use of ecstasy can alter levels of this neurotransmitter. Marijuana, weed, herb, reefer, chronic, 420, call it what you will. After alcohol, marijuana is the most widely used drug in the United States. Infographic 4.3, CDC 2021, June 8th. The use of government has marijuana listed as a Schedule I drug, indicating that it has no current accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. DEA, ND, paragraph 3. But the majority of states have now passed laws permitting its use for medical purposes, and 23 states allow its recreational use. Reuters, 2023. Extended description for 420 linked to car accidents. 420 linked to car accidents. Revelers in Denver, Colorado celebrate 420. Every year on April 20th, people around the world join together to celebrate marijuana. The occasion is followed by an uptick in fatal car accidents. Sifferlin, 2018. Perhaps that is not surprising since marijuana impairs reaction time, attentional capacity, and other abilities required for staying safe on the road. Compton, 2017. Das ETAL, 2021. Infographic 4.3, marijuana in the United States. Marijuana is a psychoactive drug with a complex history and an even evolving status. Here we explore three major categories of change: how people feel about marijuana, the drug's dynamic legal status, and developments in research. Attitudes are changing. percentage of who say marijuana should be made legal for medical and recreational use. Millennial, 1981 through 1997, Gen X, 1965 through 1980, Boomer, 1946 through 1964, Silent, 1928 through 1945. Note, don't know responses not shown. Source, survey of U.S. adults, conducted January 16th through January 21st, 2024. Data from Pew Research Center. Support for legalization. The graph to the left shows how Americans' attitudes about marijuana changed between 1969 and 2018. It is evident that attitudes differ by generation, but overall the trend is toward legalizing marijuana. 6 out of 10 Americans support the legalization of marijuana. Van Green, 2021. Laws are changing. States where marijuana is legal. Gray, no broad laws legalizing marijuana. Green, medical marijuana broadly legalized. Light blue, marijuana legalized for recreational use. Hansen, ETAL, 2022. National Conference of State Legislatures, 2022. Reuters, 2023. And the research is evolving. Studies suggest marijuana compounds may be effective for treating chronic pain, muscle spasms, nausea from chemotherapy, and symptoms of multiple sclerosis. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, 2017. Whitting, ETAL, 2015. Wilkie, ETAL, 2016. Clinical trials have paved the way for the first FDA-approved drug created from marijuana. In 2018, the FDA signed off on Epidiolex, cannabinoidal, for the treatment of seizures in patients with certain types of epilepsy, U.S. FDA 2018. Collision insurance data revealed that Colorado, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington experienced a 6% increase in car accidents following the legalization of recreational marijuana. This combined average is in comparison to 4 nearby states that did not enact such laws. Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, Highway Loss Data Institute, 2018. More studies are needed, but there is reason to believe that marijuana may not be good for young brains. Frequent cannabis use 3 to 4 times per week or more is associated with structural changes in the brain and certain types of cognitive impairment. Lee's ETAL 2021. What's more, researchers have discovered a link between teen cannabis use and mental health problems. Wickelgren, 2023. Extended description for infographic 4.3 marijuana in the United States. Marijuana comes from the hemp plant Cannabis sativa, which has long been used as surprise and anesthetic. Keyes, 1945. These days, doctors prescribe cannabis and its chemical derivatives to treat chronic pain, nausea from chemotherapy, and some symptoms of multiple sclerosis. And there is conclusive or substantial evidence that such treatments are effective. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, 2017, paragraph 4. Outside of a medical context, marijuana use poses significant risks, especially for teenagers. It may harm the brain's neurons, and this damage may be linked to increased impulsivity, acting without thinking, particularly among adolescents. Gruber, ETAL, 2014, Weir, 2015. Marijuana contains tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, which toys with consciousness in a variety of ways, making it hard to classify the drug into a single category, for example, stimulant, depressant, or hallucinogen. In addition to altering pain perception, THC can induce mild euphoria and create intense sensory experiences and distortions of time. At higher doses, THC may cause hallucinations and delusions. Murray, ETAL, 2007. It's important to recognize that not all products called marijuana contain THC. A relatively new group of psychoactive drugs, collectively known as synthetic marijuana, target the same receptors as THC, but they do not come from the hemp plant. Instead, they are prepared with synthetic chemicals and can be smoked, vaped, or inhaled. NIDA 2020 B. June. Now that we have discussed the major categories of drugs, infographic 4.4, let's explore what it means to become dependent on them. Infographic 4.4, psychoactive drugs. Recreational use of psychoactive drugs is not only dangerous, it can have disastrous personal and financial consequences for users, families, and society as a whole. Summarized below are some common effects and negative outcomes seen with drugs belonging to three broad categories: depressants, stimulants, and hallucinogens. Note that responses can vary from person to person. What are some possible consequences? Depressants: euphoria, decreased pain, drowsiness. Potential harm: coma, liver disease, suffocation, and sleep. Stimulants: effects: heightened energy, suppressed appetite, increased endurance. Potential harm: seizures, tooth decay, stroke, and heart attack. Hallucinogens: effects: emotional roller coaster, distortion of time, hallucinogens. Potential harm: long-term flashbacks, memory impairment, depression. A country in crisis, the opioid epidemic. The United States is experiencing an unprecedented epidemic of opioid misuse. On the left, various government statistics on the opioid epidemic. On the right, the number of deaths by type of opioid and altogether. The opioid epidemic in the U.S. in 2019 and 2020, 10.1 million people misused prescription opioids. 1.6 million people misused prescription opioids for the first time. 1.6 million people had opioid use disorder. 745,000 people used heroin. 48,006 deaths attributed to overdosing on non-methadone synthetic opioids. 50,000 people used heroin for the first time. 14,480 deaths attributed to overdosing on heroin. Data from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 2021. 3 waves of opioid overdose deaths. Deaths per 100,000 population. Commonly prescribed opioids, natural and semi-synthetic opioids, and methadone. Other synthetic opioids, like for example tramadol or fentanyl, prescribed or illicitly manufactured. Any opioid. Heroin. Data from Spencer ETAL 2022. Extended description for infographic 4.4 psychoactive drugs. Overuse and dependence. We often joke about being addicted to caffeine, but do we understand what this really means? In spite of frequent references to drug addiction in everyday conversations, the American Psychiatric Association does not use this term for diagnostic purposes due to its uncertain definition and its potentially negative connotation. American Psychiatric Association 2022, page 544. Instead, the manual refers to substance use disorder. Historically, the term addiction has been used both by lay people and professionals to refer to the urges people experience to use a drug or engage in an activity to such an extent that it interferes with their functioning or is dangerous. This could mean a gambling habit. That depletes your bank account, a sexual appetite that destroys your marriage, or perhaps even a social media fixation that prevents you from holding down a job. Uncertain about Heisenberg? How accurately did the AMC series Breaking Bad portray the methamphetamine underworld? The show got some facts wrong. For example, there is no such thing as pure blue meth, Wickman, 2013. But as far as representing the horrors of drug trafficking, Breaking Bad comes uncomfortably close to the truth, Keefe, 2012. Can't get enough? Is it difficult for you to sit through a movie without checking your mentions on X? Are you constantly looking at Instagram stories in between work emails? Do you sleep with your iPhone? If you answered yes to any of the above, you are not alone. People around the world, from Hong Kong to Morocco, are getting hooked on social media. So hooked in some cases that they are getting evaluated and treated for social media or internet addiction. Cheng, ETAL 2021. Luang, ETAL 2020. Indeed, research has highlighted the addictive potential of social media. Excessive social media use has been associated with other behavioral addictions, such as gambling and gaming. But more research is needed to fully understand the phenomenon. Hensel and Hackinson, 2021. However, the latest edition of the American Psychiatric Association's 2022 Diagnostic Manual does not include any such thing as a social media disorder. Will this diagnosis appear in a future edition? Stay tuned. LO11 explain how physiological and psychological dependence differ. What is dependence? Substance use can be fueled by both physiological and psychological dependence. Physiological dependence means the body no longer functions normally without the drug, figure 4.7. Want to know if you are physiologically dependent on your morning cup of joe? Try removing it from your routine for a few days and see if you get a headache or feel fatigued. If your answers are yes and yes, odds are that you have experienced withdrawal, a sign of physiological dependence. Withdrawal is the constellation of symptoms that surface when a drug is removed or withheld from the body, and it's not always as mild as a headache and fatigue. If a person who is physiologically dependent on alcohol suddenly stops drinking, they may develop delirium tremens DTs. Withdrawal symptoms that include sweating, restlessness, hallucinations. If a person who is physiologically dependent on alcohol suddenly stops drinking, they may develop delirium tremens DTs. Withdrawal symptoms that include sweating, restlessness, hallucinations, severe tremors, seizures, and even death. Withdrawal symptoms disappear when they take the drug again, and this, of course, makes them more likely to continue using it. The removal of the unpleasant symptoms acts as negative reinforcement for taking the drug, a process described in the learning chapter. In this way, withdrawal powers the overuse cycle. Percentage of U.S. adults using in the last month: alcohol, marijuana, methamphetamine, prescription pain relievers, heroin, cocaine, sedatives. Extended description for figure 4.7, rates of drug use, United States. Figure 4.7, rates of drug use in the United States. This graph depicts the rates of drug use in the United States. Alcohol tops the list, followed by marijuana, methamphetamine, and then pain relievers such as Vicodin and OxyContin. The sedatives category includes benzodiazepines and barbiturates, which are powerful depressants. Data from National Center for Drug Abuse Statistics, 2022. Another sign of physiological dependence is tolerance. Persistent use of alcohol and other drugs alters the chemistry of the brain and the body. Over time, your system adapts to the drug and therefore needs more and more to recreate its original effect. If it once took you 2 beers to unwind, but now it takes you 4, then tolerance has probably set in. Tolerance increases the risk for accidental overdose because more of the drug is needed to obtain the desired effect. Psychological dependence is indicated by a host of problematic symptoms distinct from tolerance and withdrawal. It is a strong urge or craving, not a physical need to continue using the substance. Individuals with psychological dependence believe, for example, they need the drug because it will increase their emotional or mental well-being. The pleasant effects of a drug can act as positive reinforcement for taking the drug. The learning chapter. In some cases, environmental cues can facilitate psychological dependence. Suppose a smoker develops a habit of smoking while talking on the phone. If the phone rings, they immediately reach for their cigarettes and their lighter. Their smoking behavior has become linked to cues associated with using the phone. Bold, ETAL 2013. The American Psychiatric Association has established 11 criteria to diagnose substance use disorder. Here are just a few of them. The person is using more of the drug or taking the drug for longer than they had planned. The person wants to curb their use, but cannot despite multiple efforts. They have powerful cravings that occur frequently. They have trouble fulfilling their roles at work and in their relationships, and they engage in dangerous behaviors while using the drug. For a more thorough explanation of substance use disorder, refer to the DSM-5-TR 2022. Making a diagnosis is one thing, but getting a person into treatment is quite another. Some people avoid getting help because the stigma surrounding substance use disorder causes debilitating shame. Stigma may help explain why 90% of people dealing with addiction do not seek treatment. How can we reduce stigma and its damaging effects. A good place to start is with language, using words that are non-judgmental. Avoid calling someone an alcoholic or an addict. Remember that a substance use disorder does not define a person. Volko, ETAL 2021. Table 4.5, Psychoactive Drugs. Drug classification, effects, possible. Drug classification, effects, potential harm. Drug alcohol classification, depressant, effects, disinhibition, feeling high, potential harm, coma, death. Drug barbiturates classification, depressant, effects, decreases neural activity, relaxation, possible aggression, potential harm, loss of consciousness, coma, death. Drug caffeine classification, stimulant, effects, alertness, enhanced recall, elevated mood, endurance, potential harm, heart racing, trembling, insomnia. Drug cocaine classification, stimulant, effects, energy, euphoria, rush of pleasure, potential harm, heart attack, stroke, anxiety, psychosis. Heroin, depressant, induces pleasure, reduces pain, rush of euphoria and relaxation. Boils on the skin, hepatitis, liver disease, spontaneous abortion. LSD, hallucinogen, extreme changes in sensation and perception, emotional roller coaster, depression, long-term flashbacks, other psychological problems. Marijuana, hallucinogen-like, stimulates appetite, suppresses nausea, relaxation, mild euphoria, distortion of time, intense sensory experiences, respiratory problems, immune system suppression, cancer, memory impairment, deficits in attention and learning. MDMA, stimulant, hallucinogen, euphoria, heightened energy and anxiety, blurred vision, dizziness, rapid heart rate, dehydration, heat, stroke, seizures, cardiac arrest, death. Methamphetamine, stimulant, energy alertness, increases sex drive, suppresses appetite, lasting memory and movement problems, severe weight loss, tooth decay, psychosis, sudden death. Opioids, depressant, blocks pain, induces drowsiness, euphoria, slows down breathing, respiratory problems during sleep, falls, constipation, sexual problems, overdose. Tobacco, stimulant, relaxation, alertness, increased pain tolerance, cancer, emphysema, heart disease, stroke, reduction in lifespan. Most drugs can be classified under one of the major categories listed above, but there are substances such as MDMA that fall into more than one class. Psychoactive drugs carry serious risk. Depressants, stimulants, hallucinogens, marijuana, every drug we have discussed and every drug imaginable must gain entrance into the body in order to access the brain. Some are inhaled, others are snorted or injected directly into the veins, but they all alter the user's state of consciousness. Table 4.5. Is it possible to enter an altered state of consciousness without using a substance? Time to explore hypnosis. Hypnosis. LO12 describe hypnosis and explain how it works. The term hypnosis was taken from the Greek root word for sleep, but hypnosis is not the equivalent of sleep. Most would agree hypnosis is an altered state of consciousness, in which changes in perception and behaviors result from suggestions made by a hypnotist. Changes in perceptions and behaviors can mean a lot of things, of course, and there is some uncertainty about what hypnosis is and how it is achieved. Dionys ETAL 2022. Before going any further, let's be clear about what hypnosis is not. Think critically. False claims about hypnosis. Popular conceptions of hypnosis often clash with scientists' understanding of the phenomenon. Let's take a look at some examples. People can be hypnotized without consent. You cannot force someone to be hypnotized, they must be willing. Hypnotized people will act against their own will. Stage hypnotists seem to make people walk like chickens or miscount their fingers, but these are things they would likely be willing to do when not hypnotized. Hypnotized people can exhibit superhuman strength. Hypnotized or not, people have the same capabilities. Druckmann and Bjork, 1994. Stage hypnotists often choose feats. Stage hypnotists often choose feats that their hypnotized performers could achieve under normal circumstances. Hypnosis helps people retrieve lost memories. Studies find that hypnosis may actually promote the formation of false memories and one's confidence in those memories. Killstrom, 1985-2014. Hypnotized people experience age regression. In other words, they act childlike. Hypnotized people may indeed act immaturely, but the underlying cognitive activity is that of an adult. Nash, 2021. Hypnosis induces long-term amnesia. Hypnosis cannot make you forget your first day of kindergarten or your wedding. Short-term amnesia is possible if the hypnotist specifically suggests that something will be forgotten after the hypnosis wears off. Now that some misconceptions about hypnosis have been cleared up, let's focus on what we know. Researchers propose the following characteristics are evident in a hypnotized person. 1. Ability to focus intently, ignoring all extraneous stimuli. 2. Heightened imagination. 3. An unresisting and receptive attitude. 4. Decreased pain awareness. And 5. High responsivity. And 5. High responsivity to suggestions. Hoft ETAL 2012. Kosselin ETAL 2000. Silva and Kirch 1992. Does this process have any application to real life? With some limited success, hypnosis has been used therapeutically to treat phobias and commercially to help people change lifestyle habits. Green, 1999, Kraft, 2012. Hypnotherapy may help some people confront fears of visiting the dentist. Butler, 2015. Hypnosis has also been used on children to alleviate chronic pain, insomnia, and anxiety related to routine medical procedures. Adinolfi and Gava, 2013. And researchers have demonstrated the benefits of hypnosis in conjunction with traditional therapies for the treatment of chronic issues such as tension headaches. Shah-Case, ETAL 2014. While more clinical trials are needed, hypnotic intervention can deliver meaningful pain relief for most people and therefore may be an elective and safe alternative to pharmaceutical intervention. Thompson, ETAL 2019, page 298. Mesmerizing. A 19th century doctor attempts to heal a patient using the hypnotic technique created by Franz Mesmer in the 1770s. Mesmer believed that every person was surrounded by a magnetic field or animal magnetism that could be summoned for therapeutic purposes. Wobst, 2007. The word mesmerize derives from Mesmer's surname. Hypnosis and the mind. People in hypnotic states sometimes report having sensory experiences that deviate from reality. They may, for example, see or hear things that are not there. In a classic experiment, participants were asked to place one hand in cold. In a classic experiment, participants were asked to place one hand in ice cold water. If they felt pain, they would. If they felt pain, they were supposed to press a button with the other hand. Because these participants were hypnotized to believe that they wouldn't experience pain, they did not report any pain. Yet they did press the button. Hilgard ETAL 1975. This suggests a divided consciousness, that is, part of our consciousness is always aware, even when hypnotized and instructed to feel no pain. With the help of PET scans, some researchers have found evidence that hypnosis induces changes in the brain that might explain this diminished pain perception. Faymonville ETAL 2000, Rainville ETAL 1997. Various regions of the brain appear to be involved, including those associated with the processing of sensory stimuli. Thompson ETAL 2019. Hypnosis for pain. A doctor in Belgium performs hypnosis on a patient undergoing a painful procedure. For those who are receptive to hypnosis, this approach may complement the use of anesthesia by reducing pain and anxiety. Hauser ETAL 2016, Thompson ETAL 2019. Another state of consciousness that can influence pain perception is mindfulness, a form of non-reactive awareness of one's present moment experience. Grant and Zidane, 2019, page 193. Earlier in the chapter, we described consciousness as being aware of one's self, one's thoughts, and or the environment. We can think of mindfulness as being aware of the current moment without reacting to it. Depending on a person's degree of training, mindfulness meditation can allay pain through different pathways in the nervous system. Grant and Zidane, 2019. Fade to Black. It is almost time to conclude our discussion of consciousness, so let's run through some of the big picture concepts you should take away from this chapter. There is no universally agreed upon definition of consciousness, but it seems to involve a state of awareness of self and things outside of self, that has many gradations and dimensions. Sleep has many stages, but the two main forms are non-REM and REM. Dreams may serve a purpose, but they may also be nothing more than your brain's interpretation of neurons signaling in the night. You learned from Dr. Chander that anesthetic drugs can profoundly alter consciousness. The same is true of drugs used outside of medical supervision. Legal or not, many drugs can lead to dependence, health problems, and death. And although somewhat controversial and misunderstood, hypnosis appears to induce an altered state of consciousness and may have a useful. And although somewhat controversial and misunderstood, hypnosis appears to induce an altered state of consciousness and may have useful applications. Show what you know. Question 1. Match the drug in the left column with an outcome on the right. I blank depressant. 1. Blank depressant. 2. Blank opioid. 3. Blank alcohol. 4. Blank cocaine. Question number 2. People often describe dangerous or risky behaviors as being addictive. You might hear a character in a movie say that he is addicted to driving fast, for example. Given what you have learned about physiological and psychological dependence, how would you determine if behaviors are problematic? To determine if behaviors should be considered problematic, one could evaluate the presence of tolerance or withdrawal, both signs of physiological dependence. With tolerance, one's systems adapt to a drug over time and therefore needs more and more of the substance to recreate the original effect. Withdrawal can occur with constant use of some psychoactive drugs when the body has become dependent and then reacts when the drug is withheld. Psychological dependence is indicated by a host of problematic symptoms distinct from tolerance and withdrawal. It is a strong urge or craving, not a physical need to continue using the substance. There are many criteria used to identify substance use disorder, but here are a few. Powerful and frequent cravings for the drug, using more of the drug or taking it longer than planned, difficulty fulfilling roles at work and in relationships, dangerous behaviors while using the drug, inability to stop using despite multiple efforts to do so. An acquaintance described an odorless, tasteless, and colorless substance he took many years ago. He discussed a variety of changes to his sensations and perceptions, including seeing colors and spirals. It is likely he had taken which of the following hallucinations? A. Alcohol. B. Nicotine. C. LSD. D. Cocaine. The answer is C. LSD. Question number 4. Dr. Chandler uses a range of blank to inhibit memories of surgery and change levels of consciousness. The answer is psychoactive drugs. Chapter 4 Review, Summary of Concepts. LO1 Define consciousness. Consciousness might be conceived as the state of being aware of oneself, one's thoughts, and or the environment. As we try to understand consciousness, we should consider both the content of consciousness and states of consciousness. The content of consciousness refers to what it holds, both within and outside our awareness. States of consciousness include conscious experiences being awake and unconscious experiences being under anesthesia. LO2 Explain how automatic processing relates to consciousness. Our sensory systems absorb large amounts of information, so much that we cannot be aware of it. Our sensory systems absorb large amounts of information, so much that we cannot be aware of it all. Without our awareness, the brain determines what is important, what requires immediate attention, and what can be processed and stored for later use if necessary. LO3 Describe how we narrow our focus through selective attention. We can only direct our attention toward a small portion of the information that is available to us. This narrow focus on specific stimuli is referred to as selective attention. Humans are highly sensitive to abrupt, unexpected changes in the environment and to stimuli that are unfamiliar, rewarding, or especially strong. LO4 Identify how circadian rhythm relates to sleep. Predictable daily patterns influence our behaviors, alertness, and activity levels in a cyclical fashion. These circadian rhythms in our physiological functioning roughly follow the 24-hour cycle and daylight and darkness. In the circadian rhythm for sleep and wakefulness, there are two times when the desire for sleep hits hardest. The first occurs in the early hours of the morning between about 2 and 6 a.m., and the second, less intense desire for sleep strikes mid-afternoon around 2 or 3 p.m. LO5 summarize the stages of sleep. Sleep begins in non-rapid eye movement, non-REM, or non-dreaming sleep, which has 3 stages. The lightest is stage N1. This is the time when imaginary sensations can occur. Stage N1 lasts only a few minutes, and then stage N2 begins. At this point, it is more difficult to rouse the sleeper before they drift even further into stage N3, also known as slow wave sleep. The sleeper then works their way back up to stage N2, and instead of waking up, they enter the R stage, known as rapid eye movement REM sleep. During this stage, closed eyes dart around and brain activity changes. People awakened from REM sleep often report having vivid dreams. Each cycle from stage N1 through REM lasts about 90 minutes, and the average adult loops through 5 complete cycles per night. The composition of these cycles change as the night progresses. LO6 recognize various sleep disorders and their symptoms. Narcolepsy is a neurological disorder characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness and other sleep-related disturbances. REM sleep behavior disorder occurs when the mechanism responsible for paralyzing the body during REM sleep does not function properly. As a result, the individual is able to move around and act out dreams. Obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea, is a serious disturbance of non-REM sleep characterized by periodic blocking of breathing. Insomnia is the inability to fall asleep or stay asleep. People with insomnia report poor quantity or quality of sleep, and some may complain about waking up too early and being unable to fall back asleep. LO7 summarized theories explaining why we dream. Freud believed dreams have 2 levels of content. Manifest content, the apparent meaning of the dream, is the actual storyline of the dream. Latent content is the hidden meaning of the dream, consisting of unconsciousness conflicts and desires. The activation synthesis model suggests that dreams have no meaning whatsoever. We respond to random neural activity of the sleeping brain as if it has meaning. Neurocognitive theory suggests there is a network of neurons in the brain necessary for dreaming to occur, and that dreams result from the same type of cognition we experience when awake. LO8 defines psychoactive drugs. Psychoactive drugs can cause changes in psychological activities such as sensation, perception, attention, judgment, memory, self-control, emotion, thinking, and behavior. These drugs alter consciousness in an untold number of ways. They can, for example, depress activity in the central nervous system, produce hallucinations, or cause a sense of euphoria. LO9 identify several depressants and stimulants and know their effects. Depressants decrease activity in the central nervous system. These include barbiturates, opioids, and alcohol. Stimulants increase activity in the central nervous system, producing effects such as heightened alertness, energy, and mood. These include cocaine, methamphetamine, caffeine, and nicotine. LO10 discuss how hallucinogens alter consciousness. Hallucinogens produce hallucinations, altered moods, and distorted perception and thought. The most well-known is lysergic acid, diethylamide, LSD. This odorless, tasteless, and colorless substance often produces extreme changes in sensation and perception. Others are the club drugs or synthetic designer drugs. Of these, the most popular is methylene dioxymethamphetamine MDMA, which produces a combination of stimulant and hallucinogenic effects. After alcohol, marijuana is the most widely used drug in the United States. At high doses, tetrahydrocannabinol (THC) can induce mild euphoria and create intense sensory experiences. LO10, LO11. LO11 explain how physiological and psychological dependence differ. With continued use of some psychoactive drugs, the body may become dependent. Signs of this physiological dependence include tolerance and withdrawal. Psychological dependence is indicated by a host of problematic symptoms, distinct from tolerance and withdrawal. It is an urge or craving, not a physical need. People with psychological dependence believe they need the drug because it increases their emotional or mental well-being. LO12. Describe hypnosis and explain how it works. Hypnosis is an altered state of consciousness that can create changes in perceptions and behaviors, usually resulting from suggestions made by a hypnotist. For some people, hypnosis can mitigate the experience of pain and reduce the need for painkillers. Key terms: activation, synthesis model, alpha waves, amphetamines, automatic processing, barbiturates, beta waves, circadian rhythm, cognitive psychology, consciousness, delirium, tremens, DTs, delta waves, depressants, hallucinogens, hypnosis, insomnia, latent content, lysergic acid, diethylamide, LSD, manifest content, methylene, edioxymethamphetamine, MDMA, narcolepsy, nightmares, non-rapid eye movement, non-REM or NREM, obstructive sleep apnea, hypopnea, opiates, physiological dependence, psychoactive drugs, psychological dependence, rapid eye movement, REM rebound, REM sleep behavior disorder, selective attention, sleep terrors, stimulants, tetrahydrocannabinol (THC), theta waves, tolerance, withdrawal. Chapter 5, Learning. Time now is 5:42 p.m. Today is Saturday, June 6th, 2026. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.